Go ahead and call the meeting to order. To start, I think we've got most everybody here. To start off today, I would like to have Representative Amix lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Then I've also asked Mr. Dave Depew respectfully to offer a prayer to start our day.
Well, Father God, we thank you for this morning, for this beautiful Kansas weather. And Lord, we ask that you'd hover over this meeting room and bless each one of these senators and representatives with an extra portion of wisdom and discernment and understanding as they deal with taxes. We pray for favor with you and favor with the people of Kansas. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dave. Well, just welcome everyone. To start off here, I think we'll just briefly, I want to remind everyone, please, and I'll do it myself, make sure your cell phones are set to silent, and mine wasn't, so I'm the main one that I usually have to remind for that. But just ask that you do keep cell phones either silent, or if you need to make a call, please step out of the room. Also would like to welcome anyone that is joining us via WebEx. I believe Representative Sawyer is online. Representative Sawyer, are you there? Maybe he hasn't joined us yet, but I think all the rest of our committee members are here. And at this point, I'd like to start with introductions, and I'll start over here on the north side with Representative Kessler, and we'll just go around.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Tom Kessler from the 96th District in Wichita, Kansas.
Mike Amix, I represent the 45th District in Lawrence and Douglas County.
State Senator Tom Holland, 3rd District, Douglas and Leavenworth counties.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Virgil Peck, Senate District 15, which is southeast Kansas, Montgomery County, Lebec County, Neosho County, and also have the privilege of serving as Vice Chair of the Senate Taxation Committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Karen Tyson, the 12th Senate District, Southern Miami County, Lynn County, Northern Bourbon, Franklin, Allen, Anderson, and we will be expanding it to include Coffee, Woodson, and Wilson in 2025.
My name is Representative Adam Smith. I am from the 120th District in Northwest Kansas. I didn't add any full counties, but I added a little bit extra of Thomas County in my district. But I have 6 counties out in Northwest Kansas. Current chair of House Taxation Committee, and we might have chair and vice chair, but I really think we're a co-chair on this committee. So we're a good team here, and we'll work through some of these issues hopefully as a team, and certainly see my colleague as a co-chair, not necessarily a chair and a vice chair. So.
Good morning, Brian Burkamp out of Southwest Sedgwick County. I guess I have the honor of serving on House Tax with our chairman here.
Rick Cluse, Senator, 19th District, pretty well East Shawnee, West Douglas, and Osage County, soon to be Franklin. Thank you.
Barb Wassinger, 111th District. It's Ellis County, although I only have Hayes and Victoria. My district shrank. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm also on tax with the co-chair.
Senator Mike Peterson from South Wichita and Southern Sedgwick County. I also serve on tax. Thank you.
Thank you, and pardon me. I do want to make everyone aware, legislatively, the committee documents are all available on the S drive, the 4 committees, internal drive. If you need electronic copies of that, we do have printed copies as well. The committee testimony and documents, I think there are some printed copies, but they are also available on the public ks.gov website. With that, I think that's all of our housekeeping to get us started, so I would now turn to Ed Penner of the research to give us an overview of the commission study topics.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. As the chair indicated, my name is Eddie Penner with Legislative Research. I thought it might be beneficial to have this actual item on the agenda. Sometimes with interim committees, the assigned study topics are taken for granted. There is an interim committee this year on nursing facility rate reimbursement methodology, and that's relatively self-apparent. With a special committee on taxation, though, it's probably beneficial to understand specifically what it is that the LCC has charged the committee with studying. I think I sent the request letter that was approved by the LCC out to everybody, but I could be wrong on that topic. So it's possible that not all of you have actually seen this and heard what your actual assigned study topics are for the committee. The chairs requested jointly and the LCC approved 4 study topics for the committee. The first of those is, listed in the letter, not necessarily the first on our agenda today, is the uniform application of entity-based sales tax exemptions in Kansas, including the consideration of a fee-based application for exempt status. That is one of the items that we will be taking a look at this afternoon. The second one is the extent of tax credits in Kansas to ensure proliferation of credits does not hinder broader tax reform efforts. It's actually not on today's agenda, but we do have a second meeting that I think maybe our last agenda item today will be scheduling the second meeting where we'll take a look at that topic. The third is the process by which local taxing jurisdictions, specifically counties, obtain sales tax authority with an intent of simplifying the process. That is another of our afternoon topics. And then the final one, and the one that will take up the bulk of the time this morning, is property valuation issues, including those necessary to make informed policy decisions related to the subject matter of 2023 Senate Concurrent Resolution 1611, which is obviously what we're going to study today, and additional items on the property value related to property valuation issues. So it's just thought it might be helpful when broad interim topics are assigned. Sometimes it's helpful that committee members know what the actual study topics that have been assigned are. That way, as much fun as it might be, this isn't just a taxation free-for-all over today's meeting and our next meeting. So with that, I'd happily stand for whatever questions the committee might have on that topic. The only thing I would mention is that the committee has been approved for 2 days. Obviously, this is just a one-day meeting. We'll have another one at a later date.
Thank you, Eddie. Committee, are there any questions about our scope and our topics here? Seeing none, I think we'll move right on into the next item, please.
All right, great. And I'm going to try to share. Trevor, the IT person, let me know this morning that sharing in the room has gotten a little bit more difficult with the most recent updates as it relates to WebEx, and so it might be important that you do have the printed slides in front of you, just because the share may break down on us at a certain point as we move through this process. We'll see. But the thing I'm going to be talking through, and then after me will be several people a lot more well informed on the actual implications and applications of this topic, is Senate Concurrent Resolution 1611 that was adopted by the Senate near the end of the session. It now stands in the House Tax Committee. And obviously the assigned study topic included property valuations more broadly, but it did specifically mention trying to make informed policy decisions on this. And so this is the topic that we're studying this morning is this and related issues, basically, is what I would say. One housekeeping matter before I get into the meat of my presentation is that the chair did ask me to do some checking just as a due diligence with the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation if 1611 or a 1611 type policy would have any implications for the state's federal housing programs, and they indicated that it wouldn't. There wasn't really any value, we didn't think, to bringing them in and having them say, this doesn't affect us, thank you. Do you have any questions? But I did want to mention to everybody that that they indicate that all of the federal housing programs aren't linked to the way that you value properties for tax programs. So you don't need to worry about that, I guess is the good news. And so, so what I am going to try to go over today is what 1611 does do, and maybe highlight specifically the exceptions on that, what 1611 doesn't do, and then I do have a few kind of hypothetical examples for you. It is difficult to see the specific applications for it. I know I'm going to do that in one form. I believe that Mr. Harper is going to do that in a different form in his presentation, and Mr. Robertson in his presentation will all walk through different types of hypotheticals. The reality is that with 1.2 million parcels in the state, and this being a tax proposal that by its nature stretches across multiple years, that's its interaction, seeing exactly what it would do to any one parcel or even any one group of parcels is actually pretty difficult to see exactly what its impact would be. And so you're going to see three different kind of approaches to hypothesizing its impact today. But with that being said, jump right into what it does. First of all, an important note is that it applies to all real property. It only applies to real property. This does not apply to personal property. And so anything that is taxed on a property tax basis as personalty is not subject to the implications of this. That's an important note. It's an important note as you think about hypotheticals, because I know some of them I did earlier involved all property. I've pared those back now to be only real estate. Generally speaking, and this is kind of the meat of the proposal, it caps the year-over-year valuation growth to 4%. And then I note that there are exceptions, and a lot of what I'll talk about are what those exceptions are. As I was thinking about, what value added this presentation can have, actually walking through those exceptions might be the principal piece of it, because frankly, the property valuation division and the appraisers can see, in terms of its application to properties, can see the impact more effectively than our office, I think. And the central thesis of the policy is relatively straightforward: cap at 4%. But the exceptions are maybe where there's a bit more nuance. And then just housekeeping, the way it is currently written, the question will be put to voters in November 2024, and if approved by the voters, it would take effect then with tax year 25, which of course is valuations as of January 1, 25. Those bills are then paid in December of 25 and May of 26. And so in terms of when the actual rubber meets the road on this policy for taxpayers, it is December of 2025 and May of 2026. So we're 2 years down the road before anybody would really notice any difference in terms of their tax bills. Just so everybody's on the same page as it relates to that. But with there, I'll start with the exceptions. There are 6 exceptions listed to the general cap of 4%. 6 instances in which it would not apply. The first of those is when new construction or improvements have been made to the property. At the end of the proposed amendment, it does include a very specific legislative authorization to statutorily define new construction or improvements. And so if you're worried about, well, what exactly does new construction or improvements mean? And I believe that at very least David's presentation will touch on this, also maybe Sean's as well. There is concern about how are we gonna define that? The reality is, right now we do have some definitions of new construction in our statutes, but the legislature could use those definitions, or they could use other definitions. You would have authorization to kind of make what you want out of that. And obviously, an exception for new construction or improvements makes sense as it relates to this. If you have a house that is a 1,500 square foot house, it might be valued at a certain amount, and if you add on 1,000 square feet of that house, I don't think the public policy would have much interest in not having the growth be able to exceed 4% in the instance of 40% growth of the square footage of property or something like that. So the second exception that is listed is when the class or subclass changes for assessment rate purposes. Obviously, this is necessary because property in Kansas, we have a classified system, and so real estate is taxed at 11.5% of its value. Commercial and industrial and public utility property, other types of property are taxed at 25 or 30 or 33% of their value. And so in the instance where something has been used as a house since its creation, and then somebody wants to convert that to some sort of maybe office space or commercial retail storefront type use, it would change in its classification based upon that. And so the rubber meeting the road on this exception is that sort of situation where something has been one thing, and by virtue of its assessment rate, its property tax might change more than 100%. And so in that sort of instance, you probably wouldn't want to have it capped at 4%. The kind of key question as it relates to this exception, as it's written into the concurrent resolution, is so would this be limited to just 104% of the new assessment ratio as it relates to the property? I don't think the language provides for that, and the reason I don't think that relates to one of the other exceptions down the line, but that is something that you as policymakers probably want to think about is do you want, if a property is changing from an 11.5% to 25% assessment ratio, do you want it to be limited to, in terms of year-over-year growth, 104% of what it would have been at that 25% assessment ratio the year before, or do you want it to be the case that in that instance, the property is entirely revalued for tax purposes there, and the market value once again kicks in, and the cap is of no impact at all? You just, I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer to that question, but it's a question that it's better to have answers to questions than not. And so I want you to think through that as it relates to the exception, and think through what the language as it currently reads means, and which direction you want to go as it relates to that. I should probably pause right here and say that I'm happy to stand for questions at any time, and so feel free to see if there are any so far in before we go further, or I'm also happy to wait till the end.
Yeah, my apologies. I should have informed the committee. If you do have a question throughout the presentation, just get my attention, and we can jump in with any questions. Yes, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Eddie, question for you. Just when we talk about basically assessments we're talking about real property here, so this would be residential property, it'd be commercial, it would be utility plants types of things, correct? It would be farmland, the whole shebang, correct?
Yeah, my reading of the SCR is that it applies to any real estate. I believe that's the actual phrase in it. So everything that is in that, I believe it's class 1 that is real estate, would be implicated by this, but nothing in class 2. So yes, residences, farmland, commercial real estate, public utility real estate, and that is, the public utility one is one that PVD will speak to, that does pose a little bit of a challenge as it relates to this, and they might want some more robust guidance from the legislature as it relates to public utility property. But yeah, real estate is what we're talking about. All real estate, not just residences, because I do think that most of the recent the things that brought this to your attention, and maybe the impetus for bringing this, probably have been residential valuation growth over the last 2 years. I mean, that's where you've been hearing from your constituents that after, a half decade of 3% growth on my home value, I've now had 2 consecutive years of 13% growth, and that's probably why this issue is in front of you today, I would guess. But yeah, so it's more than just residents, but it is all real estate.
And so just some quick follow-up questions. So when we talk about basically determining the assessed valuation of the real estate, I mean, obviously, we have like CAMA, right? That basically for real estate property, I mean, we're talking about residential, obviously, that's done every year. I'm wondering, just like for the various real estate classes that are impacted by this, are they being reassessed on an annual basis? Are there certain types of real estate classes covered by this that would not be having their valuation reexamined annually?
So by law, all property is assessed as of January 1 that year. In terms of the specifics of what that review looks like for each type of property, I think it'd probably be beneficial to wait for the either PVD or the appraisers. David and Sean both are probably better equipped than I am to speak to the actual process for those various classes. But it's not the case under current law that anything, is its prior year valuation for current year taxes.
I guess what I'm wondering is that, are there certain property classes where there's maybe a manual evaluation that needs to be done versus like residential property, you're talking basically automated through CAMA. So I just wonder if there's any processes like that. And then a final question, then I will stand down, would be is if we have certain types of real estate property classes that could be viewed as being potentially historically undervalued, how does that affect the entire scheme? Are there any just hidden surprises, gotchas we may not be aware of, unintended consequences when we talk about the interplay between different real estate classes? Thank you.
So I'm gonna let Amelia tackle that first question, I think, but I'll circle back to the second part after she responds to the first part.
Yeah, Amelia's willing to jump in and take a stab at that.
Yes, and I will, perhaps Eddie or PVD can address the second portion about the, as a whole. But I think how the resolution, if you want to think about it this way, it's a valuation limitation for real property, but it does not change essentially the fair market value standard that's currently in law, in statute. And it doesn't change our as of January 1 date and those procedures at this time. So really, when you think of it as a process, what the county appraisers are doing or what PVD is doing for public utility property is they're still annually valuing property as of January 1. So for those properties that are fair market value, they're still looking at that. Or ag land, ag use values. So they're still doing their work of estimating that fair market value for every property. The question becomes when they are determining what the final value is, that final appraised value that's going to be the number that's on the valuation notice. The question will be, does that indicated fair market value exceed 104% of last year's value? So when they're actually placing that value, the question will be, is it fair market value or is it limited to 104%? So they will still be doing that appraisal analysis every year.
Do you want me to circle back for the second part, or do you have a follow-up based on that?
Senator Holland, okay.
So to the extent that any property has been historically undervalued, that's an unintended consequence of the system as it exists today. Now, in terms of unintended consequences of this as it relates to that, I guess hypothetically, they would then be kind of locked in at that undervaluing, because then their growth on an annual basis would be capped at 4% unless one of the exceptions applies. But I also don't see any reason, there's nothing about the status quo that would cause that catch-up to happen. So if anything is being systematically undervalued because of some nuance of the law today, it wouldn't catch up anyway, I guess, is what I would expect. And so to the extent that is happening, this would lock it in essence, but it's basically locked in under current law also. So because there would obviously have to be something change in order to make it catch up.
Just real quick then. So when we talk about, you talk about fair market value. When you have basically ag land that's driven on a use value formula, are there any problems or complications applying that fair market value cap concept to a use value taxing scheme?
So the use value basically stands in for fair market value. And this would interact with the ag land use value the same way that it interacts with the fair market value for all other subclasses. And so when we get to the hypotheticals that I have here, you'll see that there are certainly times in kind of the ag cycle where the cap's implications for ag land are very different than it is for other property classes by and large. But in terms of the mechanics of the application, there's no difference. If the use value in a baseline scenario causes a 15% jump in the property, then for tax purposes, it would only jump by 4%. Now, if that were to happen several years in a row, and then the ag cycle turns and pivots and goes the opposite way, which is kind of where we're at right now in the ag land valuation cycle. The last 2 years, ag land values, 2 and almost 3, depending upon what part of the state, ag lands have kind of values for tax purposes have turned the other way because we've cycled off some of those years. I think it was about 2012-ish when commodity values were relatively high, and then we're cycling in some of those 2015, 16 years where commodity prices were quite a bit lower. So the way the ag use value formula works is right now, ag land values for tax purposes are declining by and large. I mean, in the aggregate across the state, certainly. Obviously, there are definitely individual parcels that may be going up, but in the aggregate, they're declining. And so when you reach that point in the cycle, the cap becomes, basically the property starts to catch up to where it would have been were it not for the cap on the other end. Because you'll see in the examples that there are, for short windows of time, this impacts ag land probably more profoundly than it impacts other property classes. But then it also, on the other end of that cycle, the decline, residential property might still be going up by 5%, and it is being capped a small amount each year, whereas ag land is going down by 1%, and so it's catching up, so to speak, because the cap is letting it go up 4%, whereas its real value would be going down 1% under the use value formula.
Committee, any further questions? Seeing none, please continue, Eddie.
Okay. Hopefully you all have your slides in front of you, because I think this was an instance of the share kind of breaking for a minute under this new update. But I believe that this is where we were. The next exception that's listed is when the property becomes disqualified for exemption. Hopefully this one seems obvious because, and this is probably maybe the most important single exception in there, because otherwise property once exempted would be, in essence, forever exempted. 4%, 104% of $0 is still $0. So there would never be, even if property were to entirely stop being used for the exempt purpose, it would never again come on the tax rolls were it not for this exception. But other than that, this is largely a straightforward exception. I do think that maybe the instances of mixed use properties, there are certain properties that are, I want to speak very carefully as it relates to this. They appear to be partially exempt. They're not actually, we don't have partial property tax exemptions, but we have properties where they're partially used for an exempt purpose and partially used for a non-exempt purpose. And the part that is used for the exempt purpose is fully exempt, and the non-exempt part of it is fully non-exempt. So it's not really a partial exemption, which has been kind of indicated that it might be unconstitutional in some 1980s court cases. But there are kind of mixed use exemptions where properties are thereby partially fully exempted is the way I would describe it. And the exact implications as it relates to this exception for those properties is something you may want to think about, because would the elimination of that partial full exemption waive the 4% cap for the full value of the property, or would the portion of that property that is currently taxed, would it still be capped at 4% growth? That's an area where I think that you may want to just consider, what does this what does this exception do under its current language, and what do you want it to do, and does it do what you want it to do? The next one is property first listed as escaped or omitted. this makes sense to have in there, but frankly, it's not going to be a big impact one. The escaped and omitted property is much more common with personal property, where you might not know where it is, you might not know of its existence. By and large, we know where all the real estate in the state is. We've mapped the state pretty robustly at this point, so we tend to not lose real estate. But it can still happen for tax purposes if there's an error, and so it's better to have it in there than not. The next exceptions are the last two. The first is the legal description changes. This is one where this is basically if you combine two parcels, if you split two parcels, that's the scenario where legal description of the land changes. That's what this refers to. And this one does have a cap that in that situation, the total property involved in the description changes is capped at 4% of that total property the year before. So if you have $1 million piece of property and through legal description changes, splitting the parcel, you split it into 4 pieces. Those 4 pieces can't sum to more than $1,040,000 in the following year, that 4% growth. Conversely, if you have 2 properties that, if you have a $300,000 property and a $700,000 property, and you make a legal description to combine those properties, they can't sum to more than $1,040,000. So it's kind of the all in, all out. There's still the 4% cap on the total inputs and the total outputs, but in terms of how that valuation growth is distributed across those inputs and outputs, that would be based upon presumably the fair market value. I would guess in sort of a pro rata share as it relates to those properties on the coming out side. And this is when I mentioned earlier that that one of the exceptions didn't seem to maybe have that kind of aggregate broad cap. I said I didn't think it did because one of them specifically did. This is the one that specifically does that I was referring to. And did I see a question there? I thought I might have.
If you were looking at me, you picked up on that because I'm just trying to anticipate if there would be any potential loopholes. If there was a legal description change, but there was also an ownership change, that would put it back up to the full fair market value. Is that correct?
I think it would, and that's one thing that I probably should have mentioned. There's a lot of instances where multiples of these exceptions would apply. It's very easy to imagine 2 vacant lots being combined into a single parcel and changing classification to residence because a new house is built on them, new construction. So that's, and very frequently in that instance, there might be a sale in the same year. So you may have 4 different exceptions applying to that same property. I think, and I'm looking back to Amelia because I want her to correct me if she disagrees. I think that in that instance, if any other exceptions apply, this 4% cap would probably also be waived because the property would grow according to market value by virtue of those other exceptions. I believe that to be the case, but if you disagree, chime in by all means. She nodded. I think she thinks that's probably also the case then as well.
Is there any other further questions? Representative Bergkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's say a family puts their house in a trust and then that's put in the kid's name. Would that effectively delay that until the trust expires? And then if they sell it before the trust is over, they would effectively not have to pay property taxes on that. It'd be capped at the 4%. Is that right?
So this is the last exception that you're asking us about. The title is transferred, changed, or conveyed to another person. And I think this is a very good question. I think that last exception is the exception that has the most questions as it relates to it, because the obvious circumstance for that last exception is a very straightforward. One person sells their house to another person. Obviously, that is a title being transferred, changed, or conveyed to another person. But I do think there are several circumstances, of which you've highlighted one of them, that maybe also implicate that exception. And so if there aren't any more questions on the legal description ones, I'll drop down to that bullet point here, that the final exception, and this is one that was added during the debate on the floor. is to have the property can grow by more than 4% in the instance that title to the property is transferred, changed, or conveyed to another person. So then there's several questions there. The first is what is title to the property? The second is what makes up transferred, changed, or conveyed? And then the third is what is another person? And so does inheriting property, when it goes in, if it goes into a probate estate, is the probate estate a different person, or does it wait until it comes out of the probate estate to be a new person? I had put on my slide, so we're on the same page, Representative, this question of what about putting it into trust as part of an estate plan? Is the trustee, who I think is the owner, then a new person, or is it not until that trust is dissolved? But the one thing I do want to clarify is you mentioned wouldn't pay property taxes. It's actually that they wouldn't pay more than 4% growth in annual property taxes. And I don't know that is perfectly clear. It might be the case that there is already some sort of court decision that would give indication in terms of, is a trustee a new person, or would it not? Would it be the actual resolution of the trust? I'm just not personally familiar with that legal issue well enough to be able to speak to it, but I do think that's the exact type of issue that you ought to be looking for an answer to as it relates to this question. I just can't personally give it to you right this second. That's something that if we don't get resolved by virtue of other presenters as the day goes on, the revisers in our office can do some research on that question before a later meeting, and certainly before the legislature reconvenes in January, to do our very best to get you the answer to that question, and or if the language needs further work to clarify it one way or the other. And there might be other less apparent circumstances that qualify here. You know, if you have joint ownership of a property and one of the owners buys the other one out and they become a sole owner of it, is that transfer to to another person? As I believe the language that is actually in the resolution is to another person, is one of the people who was previously co-owners of it. Is that another person, or is that the same person? So does that trigger that? That's just the sort of thing that you probably want to either make sure that the language you have right now is as clear as you want it, or clarify further on the resolution as you move forward. And so I would pause there and stand for questions on the exceptions if there are any more before I jump back in. Looks like we're clear. Okay, all right. And of course I start sharing and immediately. I'm gonna try to get the share back here. So the next kind of key issue is what 1611 does not do, because I don't want you to misunderstand it. I also don't want your constituents misunderstanding it and coming to you with complaints over something that you did when just out of the basis of misunderstanding. So it does not, and this is important to note, it does not cap the growth of individual property tax bills at 4%. I think people may hear the idea of this and think, okay, well, that's nice. I can always now bank on my property taxes going up at most 4%. And that seems, the idea of having that certainty, it sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Unless they do something that triggers an exception. But the reality is that just because of the way property taxes are calculated, it just does not do that. Local governments don't set a fixed mill levy, and even if they did, under Home Rule Authority, obviously they could change their fixed mill levy. The way local government mill levies are set is they take the total amount of taxable value in the local governing area, the tax district, and then they divide it by the amount, or I'm saying this backwards. They take the total amount of money they want to raise, their budgeted revenue for the year, they divide it by the taxable value and get a mill levy. And so obviously if a policy is in place that caps the growth of that total amount of property tax value. And then that means that the denominator in that calculation is smaller. And so if they don't make any corresponding adjustments to the numerator, if they continue to set their local government revenue requirements under their budgeting process as they always have, then the only effect would be the mill levy would go up, and obviously different properties would be impacted by that differently, because some properties may not see the impacts of the cap, but some may, and for some the cap may have a more substantial effect than others. And so it does not, that's really important in your communications with each other, with your constituents, maybe most importantly, because I can imagine the questions that you're going to get 2 years from now if this does get enacted. You need to say it does not cap your property tax growth, it caps your property taxable value growth. And so that's the first thing. The only other thing that I would note is that for purposes of the state mill levies, both the 1.5 mills that the state itself levies and the 20 mills that the state requires every school district to levy on the state's behalf, in essence, the growth of that fraction of the property tax bill would be capped. And so you would get a growth cap on those 21.5 mills because of the fact that those are not set, those mill levies are not set the same way that all the other local government mill levies are set. They don't flow through the same way. And I think I saw a question here.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eddie. And as always, great presentation. I just want to clarify, it's not a cap, it's a limit of growth each year. So it does not cap the amount at any time, it just limits the growth each year.
Yeah, any cap is on the growth, not anything else, yeah.
Right. So each year you could see up to 4% increase. Yeah, they just wouldn't see the 20% increase that they're getting now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the only other instance that I probably should mention here is
Eddie, we also had a question from Senator Peck.
Sorry, Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
You're not as visible with your questions as other members, I guess.
Currently, under current law, on the 20 mills for schools, it is the first 40,000 of valuation is exempt, but it also has the growth factor built in, the Case-Shiller. Does that impact anything on what you're just talking about as far as fixed mill levies? As far as the dollar amount and cap of?
I don't believe that it would, but it's a good question because if your concern is the growth of the taxable value for purposes of that mill levy, the taxable value is being reduced on the front end, so to speak. I'm interested to. I would recommend holding that question for Mr. Harper with his presentation, or maybe for Amelia, because the administration of that would be a little bit tricky, because if you're having, in a certain sense, the answer is no. It wouldn't, that growth of that exempt amount on the front end would still continue to happen, and the home value would still be capped on the high end, basically. The home taxable value would still be capped on the high end. I'm not 100% certain that the language of this indicates that, and you almost have to walk through a hypothetical to see why it wouldn't, and so during a break I'll put together, or when I'm not up here talking, I'll try to put together a hypothetical, because I think I can see that Amelia is looking at me saying, Eddie, your answer to this should just be no, it doesn't implicate that, and she's probably right, but I do think there's a scenario in which it could. So I'll work on that, but frankly, the administration of that probably would mean that it wouldn't. I don't think anybody would try, just based upon the way that we do property taxes now, you would have to kind of create a couple of new steps in order to make it matter. But staff will discuss, and we'll probably wind up discussing with the agency and hear what they have to say also on that question.
If I can, certainly, and if I could kind of piggyback off of that, kind of the same thing, and I think the answer would be the same to this, but we also have several circuit breaker programs. Those are basically effective on the tax bill, not necessarily the valuation. In the case of the 20 mills and the 1.5 mills, any revenue that is not raised is essentially needs to be backfilled if we're going to hold a certain level of K-12 funding. It would be backfilled through SGF. Anything that is reduced either by the means of an increased exemption or a decrease in that levy, whether you get rid of the 1.5 or if you reduce the 20 mils. Same thing with the Safe Senior, the homestead property tax programs. This wouldn't affect any of those because those are kind of more on the tax statement. Would that be is that an oversimplification or?
It's generally exactly correct. The only thing that I would want to add is that there is an eligibility provision of those at $350,000. And so to the extent that the taxable value grows slower, more homes would stay under that eligibility threshold. But that would be the only implication. That's a pretty marginal implication. That's a very, obviously it's a very big deal to somebody whose value had been 4% less than $350,000 in the relevant year. But broadly speaking, from a state perspective, it might make those programs a very small amount more larger fiscal impact for the state, but just on those houses that don't exceed that 350 cap by virtue of this. And frankly, even that is one, I'm not sure if the statute for those reads their actual market value or their taxable value, because their market value still obviously would be above the 350. It probably depends upon how those statutes read, but because their taxable value would be below 350 if the 4% cap prevents them from going above.
Right, and I wasn't wanting to go down a rabbit trail, but I'm making a note to myself that we need clarification on that if we do move forward with this in that legislation, whether it's the fair market value or if it's the new growth limited value. So, Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so let's go down to brass tacks. If I own a piece of property and it's worth $100,000, how is all of this going to affect me personally? Whether it's my county taxes, state taxes, just give us a real world example.
Okay, so I'll walk through one, but there will be a lot of caveats to it.
Right. Well, that's why we're here, is to figure out where we need to tighten up this.
Because the reality is that it depends on the decisions that are made at the local level. But let's $100,000 property, and let's say hypothetically its growth is 3% in 1 year. Obviously, the cap doesn't impact you at all. You would still be taxed at $103,000 the following year. However, if there are other properties that exist within your taxing district that are capped, that their growth does exceed the cap, then in that instance, they would be capped at that 4%. And so the aggregate taxable value within the taxing districts would be lower than what fair market value would have indicated it would have been. If the local governments decide to levy the same amount in this kind of counterfactual situation as they would have would there be no cap, then their mill levy would be higher. And so in that instance, actually, your property taxes would be higher than they would. And so for properties in a year in which there are properties on both sides of the cap, then the ones that are on the low side of the cap would probably be higher than they otherwise would. The ones on the high side of the cap would be lower than they otherwise would, by assuming that the local governments make the same decisions that they would have made were there no cap. Now if you flip it around on the other side, if your value grows 7%, then your taxable value only grows 4%. It goes up to $104,000. You see a 4% growth in your taxable value. What happens to the mill levy in that situation? It kind of depends, once again, on is the local unit of government going to do the same thing that they would have been doing absent the cap? Are they going to have their local revenues grow at the same rate that they would have were there no cap in place, or would they do something differently? Because if they have them grow at that rate, and let's say you're at 7% and the other properties in the area are at 4%, then you would benefit from it in that situation. Now, there's another hypothetical where all the properties in the taxing district are over the cap. And in that instance, assuming they're all over the cap by a generally comparable amount, then really nobody's impacted by it except on those 21.5 state mandated mill levies. And the one other exception there that I was going to mention on this is we do have very few numbers of, it may only be one truly capped mill levy in the state, and that is the school district capital outlay mill levy is capped at 8 mills. In 1999, when we got rid of the aggregate levy limits, we also suspended all individual mill levy limits, except those that were then reenacted after that date, which is kind of a complicated way to do it. So if there were other individual mill levy limits that have been reenacted since 1999, those would also apply. That's probably not anything worth worrying about. So if all properties were over the cap by a comparable level, doesn't really matter. If all properties under the cap, doesn't really matter. It's when you have distribution of the growth value of properties where it starts to kind of matter, so to speak. And I guess the one other hypothetical that I discussed that I didn't mention is, what if every property is over the cap, but some are over it and they're 105%, they would have seen 5% growth, so they get capped down to 4. Some would have seen 20% growth. The impact for the cap for them is much bigger. And so it might actually be the case in that scenario, if the local government still levies the same amount of revenue that it otherwise would have, that the 5% cap, while seeming to 5% growth property, while seeming to benefit from the cap because it's pulled back down to 104%, would actually still see its property tax bill be higher than it otherwise would have been because the benefit is afforded to those that grow even faster than it. So there's just a lot of moving pieces in play. And again, all of those things I just said assume that the local government doesn't change its revenue decisions based upon the implications of the cap. If a local government says, we had been planning on keeping our mill levy flat, the cap reduced our taxable value by 1%. Are we going to raise our mill levy by 1%? That's another decision-making point in there, that if they say yes, then it has one set of impacts for all of these properties. If they say no, we're still going to keep our mill levy flat, even though the cap had the effect of reducing our taxable value by 1%, then that has a totally different set of impacts for these bills. So in terms of what this does in brass tacks, as you phrased, the unfortunate reality is, for my answer, it depends. It depends on a lot of other factors that go into it. The market value dynamics for the other properties in your taxing district and the decisions of the local government. And so I understand that's the exact issue that you want to try to tease out, is what is the implications of this, but it's really hard to say without creating a pretty detailed hypothetical.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And that's a question I've had too, is, just to summarize, if you do have properties that are seeing some significant increases that fall under this cap, it's really could be a kind of a tax shift in those situations where you have some properties that aren't and some properties that are falling under the cap. That's going to be different in every community, every city, every county, every portion of the state, depending on what the makeup. Where this affects all real property, in the House, we had a resolution that we had a hearing on that was just affecting the residential. And it was very easy in that one. I think it was changing the assessment rate from 11.5% down to something, I can't remember what it was, maybe 10% or 10.5.
I think 9%.
9, okay. These guys all know better than I do, so. But, in that scenario, it was very easy to see how that creates a tax shift onto all the other classes or the subclasses of property. This one wouldn't be so obvious because it's really it really gets into the weeds, and it depends on, it could be within your own little block of businesses and buildings. You might have a popular area that's really taking off commercially, and a lot of those properties are increasing in value. They're selling for more, so their fair market value, in essence, is going through the roof percentage-wise. And you might have some residential areas and other commercial areas, any of the other classes of property that are experiencing just a normal, maybe 2, 4, 6% growth. That does, in that one instance and scenario, that would create the tax shift. But ultimately, I think this is designed to where it kind of balances out over a number of years, but there might be situations where there is significant increase to where that doesn't, it takes a lot of years for that to balance out, if ever. But
Yeah, the easiest way to summarize it is that to the extent that within a taxing district, the properties are all growing at about the same rate, it really doesn't have a dramatic impact on their property tax bills. It is when within the same tax district, the properties are growing at greatly disparate rates that it has a much more dramatic impact.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to comment real quick on this legislation. I don't know if you realize where it came from, but it was modeled after Oregon and Oklahoma legislation. I've been researching since then and actually found better. I hope that the committee, that at some point we can look at Florida. The program was actually called Save Our Homes in the 1990s. And I think it should be Save Our Property, not Save Our Homes. But they capped at 3% or the CPI index, whichever's lower. I've got a formula. I've got what they've done over the past years over it. And these are all states that do use the fair market value process. They have different terminology, but it is this similar process that Kansas uses. So it's not like we're pulling this out of nowhere. There is a history for it, and that's why. And I appreciate the chairman doing this deep dive. I think that's absolutely wonderful that we're doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit of a history lesson in my involvement with local government and specifically county commission. And I was around at a time when we originally went through the process of reappraisal and the vote in the 1980s, way back when. And I guess I want to make sure that I'm buying in, or I'm being asked to buy into a right deal, because I was convinced at the time and during that election time and that amendment is that by reappraising all real properties, there was going to be a fairness that would come forward in valuing these properties and making sure that, you know, everybody's property was going to be assessed at fair market value, and that was going to be able to help create situations where my property taxes were going to come down. I'm here to tell you what, I don't think I've ever seen my property taxes come down in my lifetime. And I want to make sure that what we're doing is for the benefit of the taxpayers of our state. And I'm sure that is the same philosophy that everybody on this committee is doing. But I bought in once, and now I'm being looked at capping to 4%, and I appreciate the Vice Chairman's comments about, you know, where this came from and things that I've looked at, and you know, it's great. I just want to make sure if we are going to be now appraising these properties at 104% of last year, or, you know, making sure that it's under that rate, are we not doing away with the fairness part of the original intent of when that bill came forward? Because it seems to me that we're going to head back into a situation that we were in before. I have a lot across the street from me. It's going to sell, you know, one of these days, and they're going to build a brand new house. But that house is going to be exempted, if I understand, and it's going to come on at fair market value. My house is valued at whatever it is, 300, we'll say, 300,000. That house is obviously going to be more. It's going to be 400, 450,000. Is there a fairness there? It's the same house. I just want to make sure that what we are doing is correct.
Our office doesn't have positions on the correctness of any legislative action. So that might be a better question for discussion than for me.
Okay.
It's just kind of the end.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that question came up on the Senate floor in debate. So currently, a great example that was given is if you have a property, say in Wichita, that's what was discussed. Legislator has a $160,000 property. Her two neighbors have remodeled, sold, valuations have gone through the roof. So she is seeing an exorbitant increase in her valuation without doing anything to her property, nothing. And so she's literally about to be taxed out of her home. So how fair is that with the current system?
I will jump in. I don't want to get into a debate. I do appreciate the questions, and I did mention to Senator Tyson, one of my reasons for wanting to take a deep dive into this is the Senate has already passed this, and the House has not really had a chance to really dive into this yet. So I do appreciate the questions, but I want to refrain from any debate, but I do appreciate the knowledge of what the Senate has discussed in committee on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also hope that the House, there is room for improvement on this. Like I said, the Florida language, I hope the House will consider that and clean up what the Senate did. No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Vice Chairman, I appreciate your comment and respect the opinion. I mean, I really do. Like I said, my goal here is to make sure that there's fairness, in all of this, and that people's taxes actually go down or things stabilize to a point that we're able to do this. Eddie, I apologize to you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but obviously is something that a decision from this body is going to have to be making. But here again, it's about fairness. That's the only reason that I bring it up. I guess I said in too many Board of Equalization meetings, a long time ago to cross the table from taxpayers and making sure we understood what was happening with their properties. And you're absolutely right. The property next door that has something done has an effect on anybody else's property. I question that. I just want to make sure, are we doing this the exact way it should be done? Is it fair? Or is it just flat broken? Is it broken? And we should be looking at something else. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
If there are no further questions, we'll go ahead and continue. Please, Eddie.
All right. The only other thing that I wanted to mention here is that the only other thing it does not do is it does not in any way limit the growth of local property tax revenues. The cities, the counties, all of your local taxing districts back home, you probably haven't been being peppered by county commissioners, city council members saying don't do that because it would cap our revenues. You may have had lots of questions about them about exactly how it would work, but you hopefully haven't been having them say this is going to cause a budget problem for us, because it just doesn't do that at all. It would involve, as has been noted, potentially some shifting depending upon the exact market dynamics in any area, but it doesn't do that. The cities and counties, when we visited with them about testifying, they both said we kind of just want to listen at this point. So that's the only other thing I wanted to say, what it does not do. And so then I have a number of graphs here about just, and I want to highlight the limits of these graphs, the limitation of the utility of them. These treat aggregate amounts as if they were individual parcels. And so that's the big limit here. It's not easy to convey this data, is the reality. David Harper and I had a lengthy phone conversation last week about the difficulty of conveying all of the property tax information. I mean, with over 1 million parcels and with numerous taxing districts applying to each of those parcels, and with the market being very different in different parts of the state, it's just really hard to get this in front of you. So this is one way, but understand there are some limits to this, and hopefully this will kind of illustrate some aspects of it. So this first graph is the statewide aggregate of all real estate only, and it indexes the 2012 amount to $150,000, and that's what all of these graphs are going to do, even if those weren't realistic amounts. We have to have an index to something in order to help display it in this way. And so the blue line is what the actual market value would have been. The gray line is the 4% growth limit, which is what 1611 is. 1610, which the Senate also debated, included a 3% limit. And so for that reason, I've included it for informational purposes, so you can see kind of what the difference of different policies are. And so you can see the growth difference of those limits. You can see that over the course of those 10 years, market value would have had the home up almost to 250, whereas the 4% limit would have had it down around 200 for purposes of appraised value in that hypothetical. The only other thing I should mention is you see a big jump there in 22 after actually a pretty steady line all the way from 12 to 21. If 23 were on here, 23 is still preliminary data, it would be much more akin to 22 than it would be the previous 9 years worth of growth in this data. So the next chart then pairs back from statewide all property to statewide residential property. As you can see, this by and large looks about the same, with the key difference being 22, the jump in the market value is greater for residential than for other real estate. Is there a question?
Yeah, Eddie, I just had a quick question. Is this graph, the 10 years that we're taking a look at, is this starting with 2012 property and going forward, or does this include like new homes that are being built?
So this includes new properties coming on. The next graph is different, and I'll touch on that when we get to it. It does basically try to fix that problem, and I wanted to go through these in this order, specifically to try to capture that key difference. It is different the way the data is collected to get existing only property, because that's really what you're interested in. But with residential, we do have that land and improvement change, where you can see that it's much less dramatic when you look at it as the existing only. That's what this graph, the slide did not jump forward. Now you can see this is the existing only. And so there you can see that if you take the aggregate of all existing, so it doesn't include any valuation growth attributable to new properties, you can see that those up until 2022, they track very closely. And it would not have been it does not appear that this would have been a very impactful policy statewide until 2022. And then if 2023 were on here, it once again would have been pretty impactful that year. And this includes all existing. There are other exceptions, most notably probably the sales, the conveyance exception. And so if we were able to, in an aggregate level, pull out all of those and get the year-over-year growth, the lines probably would have been even more closely linked together. They probably would have been purely overlapped up until 2022 in terms of aggregate statewide changes. And so that's what that looks like. Now, the next graph that I have does illustrate one thing that I talked about, and that is agricultural land. It is kind of a different because of the use value formula, it functions quite a bit differently. You can see that it would have, and this is the land only. This doesn't include the agricultural land, the agricultural improvements, which are real estate. This is only the land, but you can see the land here when the use value formula is in place, in the years where that land runs up, when the years where the good years are having their biggest impact, it grows consistently at much more than 4%. And then on the back end of that, as you can see, we're starting to enter now, it flattens off and then levels off. And so ag land, it appears to me, is probably the interaction of this with the use value formula is where it's maybe going to have the biggest impact, at least over if the last decade's worth of experience is any implication. Now, the limit to this is that the last decade until the last couple of years, doesn't capture the point in the ag land valuation cycle where that value comes in. And so these lines, I anticipate if you had 23, 24, 25, and 26, the lines would pull themselves back together there to where in ag land, the use value formula has a run up and then a level off decline, run up, level off decline, which it actually has smoothing features. If you were doing this truly based upon the productivity of agricultural land, it would be even more dramatic, the run up and decline, and the market value probably the same as well. And so ag land is where the interactions do kind of get a little more involved than it seems like they do for other properties, because the use value formula really does have them running up in the good years and then declining, whereas residential properties, by and large, even in the lean years, they don't see that sort of decline. And the lean years are less built into the formula also the way they are for ag land.
We do have a couple of questions if this is a good
Yeah. Uh-huh.
point. First Senator Tyson and then Representative Bergkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify on the blue line, Eddie, is that the 8-year of the 8-year moving average with the 2-year delay?
Yeah, that's the use value formula for the aggregate taxable value of agricultural land in the state. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Representative Bergkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess two things. Do you think you could go back maybe to like 2005 to present to encapsulate the run-up before the 08-09 Great Recession? Just because in my mind, I guess what I'm afraid a little bit is a negative takes like twice the positive impact to make up for, I mean, if you lose 50%, it takes 100% to make up for it. So if we have a case where home values take a negative hit 1 year, but then you have a cap on it, but then market-wise, they bounce back a lot quicker. I mean, kind of what you're pointing out, you're right. That's just my concern is that you start.
Yeah, I think I can, at least for certain subsets of these, the residential and the existing residential, I definitely believe I can go back a little farther more easily. The next couple of slides are county level data, and they would be more difficult to go farther back, but I think the statewide aggregates would be easy. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? Seeing none, please continue, Eddie.
Okay, the very next slide is, I unmuted my own computer there, and that's what was causing that echo. In my attempts to get the share back on the screen, I unmuted it. The very next slide is, Johnson County residential only. This is to the extent that when we talk about home values growing, we sometimes talk about the urban and suburban, or the suburban areas of the state. The values are growing pretty rapidly, and maybe in the more rural parts of the state, with the exception of the last couple of years, they've been a lot more stable over the last decade. This is all, so it does not back out that new construction. Unfortunately, on a county level, it's not very easy for me to do. I don't know if PVD could do that more readily at a county level. They have a bit more robust data set than I have access to, so they might be able to. But you can see that unlike there's just a bit wider gap there as it relates to Johnson County, as you might expect. I mean, it basically reflects that our conversations when we talk about the suburban areas of the state, the residential values tend to grow faster. That bears out when you actually look at the data, and a cap like this would accordingly probably have a sharper effect in certain geographies than others. But the next slide, which before questions I want to jump to, might indicate that maybe those geographies are not as perfectly apparent as you might imagine. This is Sherman County specifically, and I don't actually know why I picked Sherman County. I had its data pulled up from doing this back during session. Somebody may have asked for it, I'm not sure, but it's what I had handy, and so I pulled up it specifically, ag land. You can see that it had a very dramatic change in that same sort of time frame, but also it looks like maybe Sherman County is a little bit ahead of the state's curve in terms of the ag land valuation cycle. It is pulling back down at a bit steeper angle now than the statewide aggregate was, and so while it seems like maybe the growing suburban areas are places that would be more dramatically impacted by this, the interaction of this with the ag land use value formula might mean that this actually has a bigger impact in those areas that are more concentrated with their agricultural land as a greater share of their value. Just so you know, in the 2012 time period here, ag land was not the largest component of value within Sherman County. There was more residential value there than there was agricultural land. I believe it was by 2014, ag land had outpaced the residential value there, and then obviously by 2018 and 19, it had outpaced the residential value by a very wide margin. So the implications of this, I want to make sure that you all understand that this isn't something that's only going to affect Johnson County homes, as might be described. This is something that would have reach into everybody's district and everybody's classes of property as well. And that's the last of these hypothetical slides. I'd be be happy to stand for whatever questions you have, but frankly, the other people who are going to talk today are probably better at answering most of your questions than I am, so.
Eddie, I've just got a quick question, because I'll be very frank. I was kind of astounded to look at the ag land charts that you put out here. And originally, I thought if this created any disparity, it would probably be in the large urban areas that are growing quickly, that have a very hot real estate market. You don't have a very hot real estate market for residences out in western Kansas very often, or in rural communities. But, you know, back to Representative Wassinger's question earlier, this could be a problem for some rural counties if they have a large percentage of their valuation made up of ag land, which a lot of our small rural areas are. This could be a very large shift onto other classes of property, residential, commercial. The farmers would probably love it when they come to pay their property taxes for their ag land, but then they'd make up for it when they paid for their home prices.
Well, I want to caution this, because of the point in the ag cycle that this captures. They probably would have loved it if this were in place in 2017 and 18, but it might go the opposite way over the next 5 years. And this maybe speaks to one of Representative Bergkamp's concerns, is that, you know, enacting a policy like this, the point in the property valuation, the business cycle or the use value cycle where you catch it, it can have dramatically different impacts. And so that is another thing that you all, the 11 of you and the 165 of you collectively ought to weigh is that January 1 of 25 date the right date, or would you have a different distortionary impact by putting it there, or what, you know, or do you want to link it back to something? Those are the sorts of decisions that I also was very surprised when I saw the dramatic impact on agricultural land. My expectation was that the use value formula would have enough of a smoothing impact that it wouldn't see this at all. And while it has a smoothing impact relative to not having the average of averages, it's still, those good years still drive it for several years following it. And it does have expansionary impacts there. And whether or not you want to do something different for use for ag land is something that you may want to consider.
Right, and I understand the point in the cycle that this isn't enacted and how that would impact, you know, this chart specifically. But, you know, we see ebbs and flows in ag land that goes in cycles. So this is going to happen again. And when we have, you know, just looking at the chart here, you know, we have at the $200,000 level, and we have up to $600,000 for the actual level. I worry about, you know, what does that do to the market? If I've got ag land that I'm going to sell and I'm paying maybe $10,000 property tax on a few acres, but if I sell it, that new buyer is going to be paying $30,000 to $35,000, a 300% difference. What's that going to do to my selling price? What am I going to get for that property? Is that factored into the equation for the buyer, or are they just saying, well, eventually I'll be on the good side of this? I don't know. There's a lot of factors at play, but this graph here kind of surprised me that it was that drastic of a difference, and I'm not sure what it would take to produce something like this for each county to analyze it. That would, I mean, you want to try to take some of the extreme examples and then some of the more average counties. That would probably be the easier way to do it than each county in Kansas. But I think we need to look at, you know, let's identify what are some of the extreme counties that have a lot of, not necessarily ag land, but other classes of property too. If they are very heavy into one, maybe they've got Jeffrey's Energy Center or something like that, that's really going to skew the balance of the property classes. I want to understand how this impacts them too.
Yeah, I think between now and a second meeting, I definitely think that our office can work with PVD to try to pull together more counties. I think that giving you all 105 would be a data overload sort of thing. I think you'd look at the first three graphs and say, what am I seeing here on the fourth one? But I think we can definitely pull together something that would be more illustrative than just one, which is, because this is, for me at least, this is a pretty manual intensive process, but I think David's staff can probably do this on a more automated basis, but.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this graph is somewhat misleading in the sense that I think it's excellent, but how they're conveying it or interpreting it is that agriculture would not be paying their fair share or their proportion in property taxes local. But that's not the case, because this is also, you would see a similar graph, not as steep, but you would see this leveling out of real estate and commercial properties also. And proportionally, they still pay the same property taxes. I know ag doesn't sell as much. Actually, that's not true here lately. Ag is selling more than residential out in rural western Kansas. In fact, these numbers are going to go up big time based off of what we've seen. But I just want people to know that proportionally, agriculture's input to property taxes does not change as a result of the leveling out. Does that make sense? I mean, yeah.
In the aggregate for the state, agricultural ag land is not it's not like residential in terms of, it's a small, relatively speaking, a small share. But there are specific localities where it's a much bigger share, obviously. Basically, what the formula would do is kind of lock in their current ratio, by and large, going forward, to where if you think that January 1 of 2025, the ratio share of property taxes that are being paid by agricultural land in your local area is the right ratio, then this would more or less kind of lock them into that ratio prospectively within a little bit of bounds because of the 4% bound. But if you think that maybe the ratio 5 years ago was a better ratio, or the ratio 10 years from now would be a better ratio, then obviously the date of the lock-in kind of matters, because it does vary over time. Over the long course, agricultural land pays the share that is pretty steady. But from year to year, as the use value cycle works its way through, it is more volatile, relatively speaking, in terms of what percent of the total statewide taxable value it is than residential, which basically just ticks up steadily, or commercial, which is commercial actually in aggregate is pretty level because the personal property comes off as the realty goes on, sort of thing. It still goes up, but I'm not sure it does as a share. Whereas ag goes up and down. Basically, almost all the other properties in the state go up, and ag goes up faster and then comes down. So that where you get it locked in, so to speak, is important.
Okay. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Eddie. And this is probably for PDVD, but I know that they have gotten extremely aggressive with how they're interpreting the valuations for ag property. In fact, they're doing it by the foot now on soil types, and I know they've removed canopy cover and done other things throughout the state. So how would we be able to take a look at PVD's interpretation of valuations for agriculture and other property?
I don't know that neatly fits into 1611 at all, but I do think that's within the committee's scope, since property valuation issues more broadly are there. So it might be pull it into a different topic sort of question.
Any further questions, committee? Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Eddie, this is fascinating. I appreciate the comments about the other property classes and seeing recent spikes and what that really means to the entire, because you really have to look at all asset classes for an area to determine, because it's like a balloon. When you squeeze one side of it, somebody else is going to pick up that burden. And so I guess I would very much like to see for all the property classes, I mean, my understanding, and the committee can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the intent of the SCR was to address specifically what was perceived as, at least in Northeast Kansas, the very aggressive increases we've seen in property valuations, specifically in residential properties. And if there's other major purposes of the legislation, somebody can correct me. But I guess one of my questions is, actually a number of questions would be, is that my guess is if you say we go down to South Central Kansas and you would look at residential properties, okay, even in the suburbs, my guess is they're not seeing anywhere the rise in growth of what you're seeing in Northeast. But can you get me some data, the committee some data? Because what I'm wondering about is really, what are we trying to hone in on? And that to me kind of asks the question, what is the problem, and then what's the best way to correct that? So if we could see some other suburban areas, particularly South Central. I guess the other thing too we talk about rural residential property. When you talk about the actual assessed valuations of just residential property, say down like just Emporia, Pittsburgh, whatever, I would guess that those home valuations are significantly less than comparable properties in, say, Northeast. But I would also guess that the actual property taxes being paid on those properties in proportion to that valuation is probably greater, because I'm going to assume here that unlike Northeast Kansas and South Central, where the vast majority of the property tax is residential property, I mean, that's the workhorse. In the rural areas, it's not. It's ag land. And so what I want to understand a little bit more about, because my guess is that rural residential homeowners are probably saying, well, my property taxes are just high all the time. And so, they're probably not growing, but then that would be too. And then I guess the other thing I'm looking forward is that if we're really looking at basically addressing this issue as far as the spikes, if it truly is the committee's perception, it's just in Northeast, I'd like to see some analysis as far as when you look at like the local units of government and the commercial property tax abatements and things like that they're doing, okay? And when those things come off and go back on the rolls, okay, I'm really wondering, once getting back to the squeezing of the balloon effect, okay, as we see higher growth rate areas in this state, is that potentially part of the exacerbation? So just food for thought. If you can get me any additional analysis, the committee feels that would be relevant, I would like to see something like that. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, I think you are going to see some additional analysis during PVD's presentation, and I'm not 100% certain, maybe during the county appraiser's presentation as well. But we'll definitely circle back and get whatever would be most helpful before a later meeting.
Thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I've been studying this. I think there's so many misnomers out there. One of the, and Eddie, I'm going to ask, I'll email it to you, a slide that I have on a presentation. It's the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy. If you have a similar building in Iola versus Wichita, Kansas, your estimated property taxes, $61,000, $1 million building, $61,000 a year in Iola versus $30,000 in Wichita. I mean, we're all over the board here. So I definitely think the data that the senator's asking for plus additional information will be helpful. Thank you.
Committee, any further questions? I do encourage, I know our time is limited. We could probably spend a whole week on this. I encourage the robust discussion and any questions. We may not have all the answers coming out of today or even another meeting, but this is really, really good conversation there. I think there's a lot of good thoughts and comments that are coming out, but did you have any wrap-up closing comments?
No, I've said everything I wanted to.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Eddie. Next, we will turn to Amelia for kind of a constitutional requirement and some information regarding that and this SCR.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Amelia Kovar Donahue, and I'm an assistant revisor. Some of you might see me in Senate Assessment and Tax and House Tax. So I'm happy to be here today. My topic today is something not the intricacies maybe of the resolution, but more broadly when we're talking about property tax and constitutional requirements. So my topic this morning is really narrowly focused on the constitutional requirement of uniformity and equality as it relates to valuation statutes. So there's lots of different pieces to the property tax valuation process, exemptions, things like that. But I've narrowed my focus for purposes of today to valuation because that's the resolution's topic. And just as a reminder for all of you, this is a quote from our Kansas Supreme Court, actually over 50 years ago now, but I like the quotation. The power of taxation is a legislative function. It is the province of the legislature to determine the subject and extent of taxation and to provide the means and agencies to enforce it. It is in the absence of constitutional restrictions, the taxing power of the legislature is supreme and complete. So we do have to keep in mind the constitutional restrictions. And for purposes of today, we're going to focus on Article 11 of the Kansas Constitution and specifically Section 1. There are 13 sections to this particular article. There are a couple others that deal with property tax, Sections 5, 12, and 13, but we're not really going to get into those. We're going to look at Section 1, which is actually the section that has the proposed amendment in your SCR that is before you today, the 1611. Section 1 governs property tax kind of generally and provides a framework that actually has multiple purposes. And just as kind of an overview, it addresses valuation, rate of taxation, classification, as well as some exemptions. And if you, the relevant portion that we're going to talk about today, which is the uniformity and equality provision, it actually states that except as otherwise hereinafter specifically provided, the legislature shall provide for a uniform and equal basis of valuation and rate of taxation of all properties subject to taxation. So when we think about that, the Kansas Constitution requires the legislature provide a uniform and equal basis of valuation and rate of taxation of all properties subject to taxation except as otherwise provided in the Constitution. And I'm going to touch on just a couple exceptions. But as you know, as you hopefully know, the basis of valuation when we talk about this that the legislature has selected to satisfy this requirement is fair market value. So you've got numerous statutes that address fair market value. And when evaluating this statutory language the legislature has adopted to govern valuation, when there's not an exception, so when we're talking, the question is whether the provision allows property to be valued on the same basis as all other property or fair market value. So, as I said before, the legislature has statutorily provided that all taxable property shall be listed and valued as of January 1 at fair market value, except for those few constitutional exceptions. And when you look through the valuation statutes or taxation statutes, you will find multiple examples, KSA 79501, 79503A, and 791455, which specifically provides that each year taxable and exempt real and tangible personal property shall be appraised by the county appraiser at its fair market value as of January 1 in accordance with 79503A, unless otherwise provided by law. And so then if you look at 79.503A, you'll find the definition of fair market value as well as a list of non-exclusive factors or criteria that the appraiser looks at or considers when trying to arrive at a fair market value on property. Now, within the Constitution, there are some exceptions to this kind of general rule of fair market value. The most notable one, which has been touched on today, is land devoted to agricultural use, or ag land, which is valued based on the income or productivity of the ag land. That's an exception that's found in the Constitution when you look at the classifications that are listed. Some other classifications that, or other properties that may be accepted from this uniform and equal requirement are things like commercial industrial machinery and equipment. The Constitution actually provides how that is going to be valued, and it's a retail cost when new plus a straight line depreciation. So there's actually a specific methodology provided in the Constitution for that property. And then as well, there's some motor vehicles that don't fall under this uniform and equal provision. And most recently, if anybody remembers, in 2012, our most recent constitutional amendment relating to this section, watercraft was added to the types of property that could be valued not equally with all other property. It was accepted out of this uniform and equal requirement. And ultimately, when that passed, the legislature did adopt a statute that provides ultimately that watercraft is valued at fair market value, but that its assessment rate is at 5%. Whereas prior to the amendment, it had been in the other classification, and I believe other classification would have been 30%. So, so what we need to keep in mind is that the other part that I want to explain in the Constitution in this section is when you read through the entirety, the first portion has kind of the uniform and equal provision, and then we have the classifications listed. Class 1 real property, Class 2 personal property, and then the subclasses within those. So in real property, we have the residential class, the land devoted to agricultural use, the commercial industrial, public utility. So we have all of those classes. And the reason for those classes, as you recall, is that then they have different assessment rates. So our residential property is assessed at 11.5% of its value. Commercial and industrial property is at 25% of its value. So when we think about that, those differing assessment rates are not uniform, correct? I mean, that is why it was a constitutional amendment. Otherwise, you would not have that uniformity of assessment. And just as a side note, prior to that reappraisal timeframe, the election was in 1986. And the effective date of those classifications was January 1 of 1989. That was when the classifications first went into the Constitution. They were actually amended slightly, and some additional classes were added, I believe, effective in 1993. So some slight adjustments from the original reappraisal. But prior to reappraisal, the uniform and equal basis that we had under the statutes was still fair market value, but all property was assessed at 30% of its fair market value, just as a little history lesson. So when we are thinking about the basis of valuation, this uniform and equal basis of valuation that is required by the Constitution, the legislature has adopted fair market value for that. And when evaluating statutory language, if the legislature were to propose statutory amendments, the question is whether the provision that's being proposed allows property to be valued on the same basis as all other property. That's the uniform and equal. And so in our case, it's fair market value. Recently, I would say recently, it's been 5-7 years ago now, but the Kansas Supreme Court has made a statement kind of clarifying a little bit what this means. And they have indicated that the proper test for determining whether a valuation statute conforms to this constitutional mandate of a uniform and equal basis of valuation and rate of taxation is to determine whether the special treatment that's provided to one group of property bears a reasonable relationship to the actual fair market value of that property. So again, we're looking back at the fair market value standard. Looking at these court cases, there's actually been several court cases over the course of the last 30, 40 years relating to uniformity and equality and fair market value. This case from 2016 related to some provisions that were found in KSA 791460, and some of you may recall these actually. The provisions at issue in the case that were being challenged had to do with when a taxpayer successfully appealed their valuation. So they appealed with, to their county or the Board of Tax Appeals or district or Court of Appeals, and they were successful in getting their valuation reduced. That the statute provided that the valuation of that property could not be increased for the following 2 tax years, unless there were substantial and compelling reasons to do so. In 2014, that was extended from 1 year to 2 years, and then also there was a definition added for substantial and compelling reasons. And that definition provided that only a change in the character of the use of the property or a substantial addition or improvement to the property were the only 2 substantial and compelling reasons where a value could be increased after an appeal in those 2 years. After the court reviewed actually a couple lines of cases that they had had over the course of years, they found that the combination of the definition along with the limitation, they found that that particular language restricted county appraisers in certain circumstances from achieving fair market value on some property. And so they actually found those provisions to be unconstitutional. So they concluded that some property would, most property would still be valued at fair market value, but those that were appealed, if they did not meet substantial and compelling reasons, they would be valued at their prior year's value, which was possibly, and in some cases, not fair market value, and that violated the uniform and equal constitutional mandate. But I want you to be aware that that is different from the legislature providing factors or criteria that should be considered when valuing specific kinds of property at fair market value. The legislature can do that, and the legislature has done that. 79503A has a list of factors that you're familiar with that you see that are particularly relevant for most types of real estate. But they have also done it oil and gas leases and properties. There's a statute that provides the types of factors that need to be considered by the county appraiser when arriving at fair market value of the oil and gas leases and properties. The factors are, specific to the types of things that a willing buyer and a willing seller would consider when purchasing those properties or selling those properties. So that is within, the question still is, are those the goal is still attempting to find fair market value. There's a public utility statute as well dealing with fair market value. So I just want you to be aware that the different factors or criteria relevant to a certain category is within the legislature's power, and even in light of the constitutional limitation. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you for that overview, Amelia. And To me, it seems like we have two parts here. We have the resolution that's in front of us. If that passes, we also have some work on the back end as a legislature to create a lot of these definitions regarding constitutionality. If we get this amendment into the Constitution, it's in essence, it's not subject to that uniformity because it's one of the exceptions, the same as our assessment rate or the subclass factors are right now. What concerns do we need to have as far as defining things like improvements, renovations? I know that's not directly on this, but we need to be thinking about that on the back end. We need to be ready for what we need to be prepared for to pass legislatively and statute should this get into the Constitution.
That is correct. And I need to give it a little more thought, but you are correct. There would be clearly some of the things that were touched on this morning and the items that are specifically in the resolution, the definition of new construction and improvements, obviously something to consider, but also the change in ownership. That's another one that when you review other states, there's sometimes some pretty extensive statutes relating to changes in ownership. So those are things, I think my topic today was the uniform and equal clause that is in this provision, but we also have to keep in mind we have equal protection issues just generally when we are dealing with statutes. And so just in a broad sense, when you are starting to think about the statutory kind of framework for county appraisers, if this were to pass, is that also keeping in mind that we need to think about equal protection and whether there's rational basis for treating different things differently. So we need to be keeping that in mind when we get to that point.
Yes, Senator Holland.
Mr. Co-Chair, Billy, thanks for being here today. We were in a hypothetical going to go back to ag land. And so this would be my question. We talk about fair market value. I guess traditionally when I think of basically, use case, the taxation mechanism for farmland, I've always assumed it's kind of like somebody actively farming that land. But when we get into situations of where, say, you have non-farming entities coming in, and particularly say like for tax avoidance purposes, like 1031 transfers and stuff like that, where somebody, an investing group, say like they're out of state. Say they come in and maybe because their own, tax reasons, whatever they're trying to do, they need to kick the can down the road for a liability reason. So they come into Kansas and now they buy, say, ag land that was maybe winter wheat or, pick the thing. And basically they take that out of production and now they put it under CRP or say some sort of a use classification that is not going to be paying anywhere the rate had that land been in production. But yet when they buy that land, they are paying like multiples of what that ag land would go for anywhere else if it was in production. And my question is, from a constitutional standpoint, could somebody argue that is a case of where this whole fair market scheme, you're basically showing preferential treatment within the property class based upon the type of investors? That's one question I have, and I have another one.
Okay. Let me start with this in pieces. The first part is my presentation, I talked a lot about fair market value, but we have to remember that fair market value is our standard for all properties subject to taxation, except those that are specifically provided in the Constitution. And our land-devoted agricultural use, we do not use what is traditionally called a fair market value. We use what we refer to as a use value, which is an income and production methodology that's set forth in statute. Well, there's actually a constitutional provision, Section 12, Article 11, Section 12 talks about it a little bit. Then we also have a statute 79, 1476, that lays out the methodology, and then the Division of Property Valuation further actually performs that methodology along with K-State. So when we talk about ag land, it's not a fair market value. What is a willing buyer and willing seller going to pay for that property? That's not what the appraisal methodology is designed to achieve for purposes of taxation. I believe PVD actually does come up with a market value, so it may be on some of the sheets that you see relating to the properties, but that's not the valuation methodology, number one. So, and that is set forth in the Constitution as an exception. So at least for purposes of our uniformity and equal basis evaluation, there's probably not too much concern there that it is an exception. The second piece, though, is even though it's an exception, my equal protection, this is kind of where equal protection and comes into play. In your illustration or hypothetical, you kind of based it on who owns the property. But in our actual valuation methodology, there isn't a factor in ag land for who owns the property. The properties are classified, subclassified within the agricultural class based on how they are being used, regardless of who owns them. So even if the individual farmer chose to take it out of production and make it a pasture, those are use changes. And my understanding, it's been a while since I've read, I haven't read refreshed on all of the case law, but factors relevant to the properties themselves have less equal protection issues than if you tried to class something based on who owns it. So solely on who owns it. So I think there's less concern. Yes, there is a distinction within the ag use valuation methodology for, cropland versus pasture land. But that's based on the use of the property and the income and productivity of that property.
Okay. And just to follow up, Mr. Co-Chair, the other question I had, and we talk about the constitutional impacts, we talk about transfer sale of property. And I guess what I'm wondering with that one is that it seems to me with these different real property classes that fall under this scheme, when we talk about transfer sale, I'm wondering if there's really different time horizons, or maybe depending upon the type of real property class, actually loopholes where certain types of real property never get tagged back to reality. In essence, you facilitate some sort of transfer that legally doesn't, would fall on the thing of, okay, now we've officially done a transfer, and now we have to take it back to what is the fair market value now, and we do that. And I'm just wondering, maybe, Mr. Co-Chair, this is a question for Eddie, but I'm just wondering that when we look at the different real property classes, what are the types of entities that are buying that? And I'm just wondering if there are ways for them to basically skirt having to do the true up, to kick that can down the road, potentially, in essence, to have a transfer. So that's just, maybe that's more an Eddie question, Mr. Co-Chair, and not Amelia, but I'm just wondering, because we're talking about treating taxpayers the same way, but in essence, if they unwind from property classes differently and that impacts the reevaluation of that, I just wonder if that's a constitutional issue. So I'll rest it for there. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, and I think we owe it to Kansans to make sure that we close any potential loopholes that might be out there. And I think that's a valid question to analyze and see if there are any actions we need to take accordingly. Are there any further? Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amelia, I do have a question. And thank you for your presentation, always so thorough. Fair market value, and I've been approached by constituents about this, other legislators. it is such a subjective opinion. It's for, and it says right here, it means the amount of money that a well-informed buyer will pay. Wouldn't we be better off, well, what would be the recourse or the possibility of the state defining fair market value as the price paid for the property? That wouldn't take a constitutional amendment, would it? Because this is in statute, not in the Constitution.
I don't think I want to touch specifically on your illustration, but more generally to your question about the fact that we currently use fair market value and this definition statutorily. In a broad sense, if the legislature could come up with a standard that meets the uniform and equal basis of valuation and rate of taxation standard, if that were possible for all properties subject to taxation, which remember we have lots of classes that are fair market value, but if you can come up with one standard that would be applicable to all of those properties in a uniform and equal manner, then I think the Constitution would allow that. The difficulty is in that very thing. Can you find a standard that would apply to all of those property classes that currently in the Constitution currently use fair market value? So residential, commercial, on the personal property side, oil and gas leases. Can you come up with one standard that is, and it's just a rhetorical question. It wasn't like throwing it back at you, and that's not what I was trying to do. But that's the thing to think about, is there another, one
standard would be the price paid for the property.
And just in a broad sense, the question then becomes, what about those that don't have a price paid for the property? What do you do with those? Or, so there's always going to be, I don't want to say always, but there are things to consider when considering those. And I don't want to say there isn't another standard out there. There may be. It would just, so.
Thank you. What about the size of the property? You can easily distinguish size of property.
And from that perspective, the question again is the method. If you set out the whole methodology of how to value the property, the question again will be, is it uniform and equal to all of those properties subject to taxation? And what you're thinking of there is something instead of an ad valorem tax, which currently we have an ad valorem system, which is based on the value of a property, the market value of a property. You're looking more, something more like a taxation, which is like just based on well, actually you said size of the property. So it could still be a valuation methodology based on value. But there's a lot of things to consider, and you have to look at the actual methodology, but there might be another method out there that could achieve uniform and equal.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, you answered my question. It possibly would not take a constitutional amendment. If we can find that definition, my problem is that the software system that's being used now is, and I know PVD will get into this, we have no control or say over the inputs. And garbage in, garbage out, good data in, good data out. We don't know where we're at. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Wassinger and then Senator Holland again.
Now to make it even more messy, since if you say, size of the property, or even the last, based on the last time that it was sold, you brought up oil and gas. So I can tell you that those oil and gas leases that my husband has from his grandfather it's gone out into decimal points, long decimal points. So that's never been changed. I mean, it's really not. It just keeps moving into new areas. So the property itself, the well itself has never been sold. So then also when you look at that, then you think the size of the property where the well is, that would be really fairly small in comparison. So my question is, if we can do it statutorily, do we need to be, I think we get into this quagmire of making it absolutely the same for everyone, because then that makes it equal for everyone. Do we define fair market value for each classification so that it is more delineated? I don't know. I don't even know if that's possible to do, but.
I think if you did that, you'd have to do it constitutionally because it would statutorily would be unconstitutional.
Right. Thank you.
And Senator Holland.
And just a quick follow-up, back to the constitutionality issue. And PVD can correct me, or maybe you can correct me, but just my understanding of the use formulation for, once again, ag land again, is that there's something called a market capitalization rate. And my understanding of the last time the legislature actually adjusted that rate was back in 2002. And my question is on that market capitalization rate, if we're really talking about keeping this concept of fair market value, is that something that would have to float with some economic definition to truly bring that into compliance with a fair market scheme?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question exactly because the valuation methodology isn't based on this definition of fair market value that we use for the kind of the classes that are subject to the uniform and equal of all property. It's the one real property exception. The methodology there is based on income and productivity, and it's actually an income approach that then has a market capitalization rate, which there's a range, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, there's a range in the statute for what that rate should be. But again, it's distinct from this. When we talk about the classes that are valued at fair market value, we're thinking of things that are not exceptions to the constitutional rule. So ag land. Now the way the resolution is drafted, the 4% limitation on annual increases would apply to agricultural land, but it would apply to their ag use value, not their fair market value.
No, understood. That's okay. I can say my question for PVD.
Okay.
Thank you, Amelia. Thank you, Mr. Coach.
I'll have one more quick question from Representative Amix. As chair of the committee, you always have to walk that fine line between robust discussion and keeping on schedule. So we'll have one more question and then we'll move on to our next presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amelia, great presentation. History lesson that will refresh my memory. In the early 1990s, there was a change in assessment rate on residential property. How was that done? Was that, and I just can't remember, was that done via amendment to the Constitution? Was it done by statute?
It was a constitutional amendment. I believe if you're looking for it, I believe the language in the election were in 2012, and then it took effect with January 1 of 20, no, I'm the wrong one. It was an election in 92 and went into effect in 93, I believe. And yes, it changed from, I believe the original, the reappraisal in 1989 was 12. And yes, it did go to 11.5%. There were actually at that time a couple other changes, including adding a classification for not-for-profit organizations. So, but yes, it was constitutionally done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, Amelia, for a thorough and robust discussion and fielding all of those questions. Committee, at this time, if she is available, we now go to Catherine Lawhead, Senior Policy Analyst for the Tax Foundation. She is joining us over WebEx.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Tyson, and members of the committee. I appreciate the chance to share with you today. My name is Catherine Lawhead. I'm a Senior Policy Analyst at the Tax Foundation. And we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan tax policy research organization, and we have been around since 1937 to advance sound tax policy at the state, federal, and international levels. And our state tax policy team follows tax policy developments in all 50 states. And in 2019, we actually published a 140-page tax reform options guide for Kansas. So it's really great to be able to speak with you again today. Are you able to see my PowerPoint on your screen?
It was up for a minute, and then we're working on it right now.
Okay, excellent. Well, as a special committee discusses the possibility of adopting a property tax assessment limit, I really appreciate the chance to talk to you about the various types of property tax limitations, and also to share some research and analysis on the economic effects of different property tax limitations, and also to propose some alternative reform proposals that could actually help policymakers accomplish similar property tax relief goals, but in a more targeted and less economically harmful manner. And so currently, nearly every state has some form of statewide property tax limitation on the books, and many states actually have more than one. And state property tax limitation regimes vary greatly in terms of their design, but they all fall into one of these three categories: levy limits, rate limits, and assessment limits. So broadly speaking, levy limits function as a constraint on revenue, rate limits as a constraint on policy decisions, and assessment limits as a constraint on individual burdens. But it's important to note that across all three of these types of limitations, they vary a lot in terms of restrictiveness. So you can have strict levy limits, strict rate limits, and strict assessment limits, just as you can have permissive levy limits, rate limits, or assessment limits. So it is important to keep in mind when comparing to Kansas to other states that just because another state has a property tax limitation on the books does not necessarily mean it is having the intended effect, either due to design limitations or flaws, due to exemptions that have been created over time, or due to increased reliance on other taxes due to the limiting of property taxes. And since each of these different types of property tax limitations has a somewhat different purpose, I'd like to briefly mention the other two types, levy limits and rate limits, but then I'll spend more time discussing assessment limits in greater detail. So levy limits are also known as revenue limits. They limit the extent to which a local taxing jurisdiction's total property tax collections can increase from one year to the next. So under a levy limit, once the total assessed value of all taxable property in a taxing jurisdiction is added together, the taxing jurisdiction determines how much revenue would be collected if the current rate were applied. And if that amount exceeds the allowable amount, property tax rates are rolled back to generate only as much revenue as is authorized under the levy limit. So under a levy limit, it's important to keep in mind that individual property owners may experience increases or decreases in property tax liability due to changes in their property's assessed value or due to changes in the property tax rate. But aggregate collections are constrained. So all taxpayers will benefit when a lower rate is applied than would have been applied otherwise. And for this reason, economists generally view levy limits as the least distortionary of the property tax limitations. Rate limits, meanwhile, cap the millage rates that can be set by local policymakers, usually by setting a maximum rate, but sometimes by limiting the extent to which a rate can increase from year to year. Rate limits are usually adopted with the goal of restricting local government officials' ability to make conscious policy decisions to raise property taxes beyond certain levels, but they do not shield taxpayers from property tax increases that are attributable to rising home values. And then both levy limits and rate limits are usually designed in a way that allows them to be overridden in certain circumstances, such as when a majority of voters agrees to a property tax increase that has been brought to the ballot. So thirdly, assessment limits restrict the extent to which a homeowner's property taxes rise from one year to the next due to increases in assessed value. But it's important to keep in mind that assessment limits do not protect homeowners from property tax increases attributable to the conscious policy choices of local taxing officials or future state lawmakers. So for an example, an assessment limit would not prevent local taxing jurisdictions from increasing millage rates, and it would not prevent future state lawmakers from increasing assessment ratios or broadening the tax base in other ways, such as by repealing or limiting various property tax exemptions, credits, and refunds. And so the assessment limit proposed in SCR 1611 would restrict the valuation growth of any parcel of real property to 4% per year, with certain exceptions, like when the title is transferred to a new owner or when the property includes new construction or improvements. And in those instances, the property's assessed value would appear to be reset based on its market value. So assessment limits substantially blunt the tax impact that's felt by homeowners when their home values appreciate beyond a certain level. So an assessment limit might be politically popular among current homeowners, but it could make Kansas substantially less popular or less attractive to future home buyers, because over time, a 4% assessment limit would introduce pretty highly unequal tax burdens across similarly situated properties. So for example, if you have two different homeowners who have identical fair market values, those two homeowners could wind up with very different property tax bills simply because one homeowner has been able to stay in their home for years or even decades, while the other homeowner has had to move more frequently, and their assessed value is therefore reset every time. And this can create what's called a lock-in effect, where homeowners experience a financial disincentive to relocate, because relocating means they'll lose the value of the preferential tax treatment they have accumulated over time due to years of undervaluation. So in some states, we've seen policymakers respond to the lock-in effect by creating what's called a portability provision, where the assessment limit remains with the homeowner even after they move to a different property. And Florida is an example of a state where this type of portability provision exists, where the difference between a home's market value and the estimated assessed value under the assessment limit can actually be carried over to a different residence in the same county or in another county that elects to offer the same benefit, but not necessarily in every county if other counties don't elect to offer the same benefit. So in cases where the replacement property is of lesser value, a proportional benefit can be carried to the new homestead value. So portability does reduce the disincentive to move that an assessment limit creates, but in the long run, portability does exacerbate inequities and widens the tax differential between younger and older homeowners, and that can make the tax code even more complex in the long run. And under an assessment limit, newer homeowners who are oftentimes younger and have lower incomes and less accumulated wealth usually end up facing higher effective property tax rates than residents who have owned their homes for longer and who are oftentimes older and have higher incomes and more accumulated wealth. So there is a large amount of tax shifting that can occur under an assessment limit. And because of this tax shifting, there's actually pretty little economic justification for establishing a pretty non-neutral policy like this, where the tax burden ends up getting shifted from some property owners to others, especially because that tax shifting would be based not on the home's fair market value, not on differences in the extent to which a homeowner benefits from local services received, but rather based on something as arbitrary as how long they've lived in the same home or whether they've invested improvements to their property. So for these reasons, it is easy to see how assessment limits can be economically distortive and inequitable, but that does beg the question, what should we make of the perceived benefits of assessment limits? Because many policymakers have introduced assessment limits with the goal of preventing individual homeowners from getting taxed out of their homes, and many people can sympathize with that goal. because it's not uncommon for homeowners to initially purchase a home they can afford with a property tax bill they can afford initially, but then eventually find themselves struggling to pay the higher property tax bills that often accompany appreciation in home value. Now, home value appreciation is, of course, generally a desirable thing, especially when you view home ownership as an investment. But selling a home to realize those investment gains is, of course, not always a viable option, especially when that home is someone's principal residence and they don't want to move. So assessment limits are often introduced to prevent people from getting taxed out of their homes. But if that's the goal, I would argue that an assessment limit is an overly blunt instrument for achieving what ought to be a relatively targeted policy goal. And so what are some of the alternatives? Most states, including Kansas, already provide certain forms of targeted property tax relief for fixed and lower income individuals, and this can be done in a relatively streamlined manner. So instead of creating an assessment limit that applies broadly to all homeowners and creates widespread economic distortions, a better option could be to first evaluate the effectiveness of existing income-tested property tax relief provisions for those who are most at risk of having to move due to rising assessments. And in Kansas's case, I would argue that several of the structural improvements several of the structural issues that previously existed with the homestead property tax refund were actually addressed with the enactment of HB 2239 in April of 2022. And that, of course, made the homestead property tax refund program substantially more generous. And eligible Kansans will now receive a refund for the amount by which their current property tax liability exceeds the amount of their property tax liability in their first year of eligibility for the program. And that will essentially keep property tax liability constant for seniors with household incomes below $50,000 adjusted for inflation if their home was appraised at $350,000 or less when they first became eligible. So HB 2239 did that, but then it also modified the law so that the $350,000 home value limitation applies only to a beneficiary's first year of eligibility. So that means eligible seniors will be protected from losing eligibility for this program due to appreciation in their home value from below to above the $350,000 threshold. So HB 2239 did fix what was a pretty steep tax cliff and made that benefit a lot more generous. So given how generous this law's income and home value eligibility criteria are, and given the fact that the new program essentially freezes property tax liability, albeit through a refund mechanism rather than direct property tax relief, I would assert that Kansas now already offers a very generous property tax limitation for those most at risk of being unable to afford rising property tax bills. So I would say that that makes an assessment limit unnecessary. And since Kansas is now essentially freezing property taxes, there's therefore much less economic justification for imposing what would be a distortionary policy across the board. One final point I'd like to make is that when property taxes are subjected to strict property tax limitations, state and local policymakers are often eventually forced to resort to raising revenue through other means, such as through increased income taxes or sales taxes, or through increased excise taxes or fees. So even under the strictest property tax levy limit, there's little economic justification for pressuring the state to increase, or even under this type of system, the localities could end up in a position where they end up pressuring the state to increase aid to localities, which could mean higher income and sales taxes in the long term. So of all the revenue tools that are available to fund local government services, real property taxes are actually the simplest to administer and comply with. They generate the most stable source of revenue. They adhere well to the benefit principle of public finance, which states that property taxes paid should relate closely to benefits received. And policymakers should therefore be cautious to avoid reducing property taxes only to potentially increase other more economically harmful taxes in the future. Another point too that I do want to make, kind of going back to this last slide, is that in Kansas, the property tax lid was modified recently and turned into more of a truth in taxation law. And I would state that it would make sense to continue evaluating the effectiveness of this truth in taxation law to make sure that that is doing what it's intended to do. That increased accountability is one of the best things that can be done in the long run to kind of help make sure that local taxing jurisdictions are only raising as much revenue as the electorate really thinks is appropriate. So I would recommend allowing that to continue working. And then apart from that, if that is decided that that's not really working as effectively as lawmakers want, you could consider going back to more of a property tax lid, similar to what was in place before, where there's a levy limit that kind of accommodates for inflation and new construction, but then without as many exemptions as previously existed, because the former property tax lid had so many exemptions that a lot of people found it not very effective. So ultimately, first look at those targeted incentives, see how they are doing, look at the targeted relief provisions, make sure those are operating in a structurally sound way, look at the truth in taxation law, make sure that's operating in the correct manner. And if those policies don't have the desired effect, going back to a levy limit type scenario could be a reasonable reform to consider. But then I would urge Kansas policymakers to make sure that there's not so many exemptions that law too becomes ineffective. So really appreciate the chance to share with you today, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Catherine, thank you for that excellent presentation. Committee, are there any questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. I do have some questions. Coincidentally, I had been looking at Florida. I do like the portability issue. So you're saying that states like Oregon, Oklahoma, Florida that do have legislative limits on valuation increases are not increasing in population and not selling houses? I would dispute that data.
Thank you for that question. So no, that's not what I'm trying to say. Florida and other states that have property tax assessment limits can sometimes succeed despite them, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of inequity being created where some property owners are getting their assessments or their valuations are artificially limited, while others have to bear the full brunt of the property tax burden.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would say that we have the challenge in Kansas that we have properties that are being overvalued and not accurately valued. And that is literally causing people to have to consider selling their homes and moving out of the state of Kansas. Former state legislator brought this to me on Florida because he moved to Florida. He has property down there now. So we do have problems. I did find it interesting that you complimented the legislation on freezing property taxes for seniors and disabled veterans. We worked very hard on this. It was a team effort. But it is government picking winners and losers. The valuation limit is across the board for everyone. Can you respond to that?
Sure, yeah. So when it comes to, ultimately policymakers should decide what problem they are trying to solve here. And so, I can't tell you what problem you are trying to solve with an assessment limit, but oftentimes it is this problem of the worry that people will get taxed out of their homes. And so if that is a problem that this committee and lawmakers are trying to solve, there are more targeted ways to do that for those who are most at risk, where property tax refunds for fixed and lower income people may be appropriate, and most states do have those. So making sure those are helping those who are most at risk or most in need. But for those who can afford to pay their property tax bill a little more readily, this type of across the board assessment limit would create a lot of distortions where you're now picking winners and losers between those who can generally afford slightly increasing property taxes from year to year, but you're artificially capping some and allowing others to receive the full benefit. So I would argue that creating such a non-neutral policy in that regard is probably not ultimately in the best interest of Kansas taxpayers, and that ultimately it's better to look at the overall levy that's being collected and then, you know, ultimately looking at how much growth is occurring and find ways to limit growth in spending rather than pick winners and losers within, a system that still allows millage rates to be increased however much locals want.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, I would dispute that again because the current system is picking winners and losers. We have an estimated property of $1 million in Wichita, Kansas, similar property in Iola, Kansas, out in rural Kansas, similar property. They're paying $62,000 a year in Iola versus $30,000 a year in Wichita for the same building. The problem is in less than 20 years, both of them, the Iola property will pay for itself again in property taxes. I mean, we are literally taxing people out of Kansas. They're deciding Oklahoma, Missouri, in our area, out in western Kansas. They're looking at Colorado, not Nebraska. Nebraska is actually higher than we are. But Oklahoma is definitely lower. So we have a system that currently picks winners and losers. So we need to address it. I understand what you're saying. I just want to be very cautious going forward that we don't. We tried to expand the property tax freeze for seniors and disabled veterans this year, and our governor vetoed it. So we have to look at all avenues as to what we can do to help Kansas taxpayers. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, are there any further questions? If not, Catherine, I had a few here. I had read before the meeting, I think it was out of 2018, there was a primer that was done by the Tax Foundation talking about the three different limitations. It had a chart in there, and I'm sure that's updated since 2018, but there are a lot of states, well, I shouldn't say a lot, I think there's maybe a handful. I think in that chart there was less than 10 that had all three of these restrictions in place. Now, or these limitations, I don't know how permissive or restrictive they were, but, in response to your statement of, what problem are we trying to solve, I think ultimately we're trying to keep those property tax, the actual tax bill, the dollar amount that people are having to pay, we're trying to stabilize that so there's not significant jumps that are unexpected that people perhaps haven't budgeted for. If there are folks that are on a fixed income, how do they absorb those increases? But my question to you is, and to kind of preface this, I live a mile from Colorado, so I watch sometimes with amusement what goes on over in Colorado. Are there other states that have all three of these limitations in place where it's effective? Because Colorado is one of those states that has all three, but they have a very aggressive taxpayer bill of rights. But guess what? Anytime they think they need to exceed that, they just vote to override that or exempt themselves from it, and they go ahead and do what they want to because it's a statutory thing. I don't know. I'm just curious, in your analysis of nationwide data, are there states that have all three of those limitations in place, restrictive enough to where it is actually having an effective impact?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a good question. And one of the problems when states do adopt all three limitations at once, or even just more than one, is that they oftentimes end up working kind of at cross purposes to each other, where because you have so many different types of limitations all happening at once, that can kind of cause things to go a bit off the rails where policymakers don't have the control anymore. And they're just trying to work within the system where too many limitations are put in place and they're not able to accomplish good policy. So the states that have the most effective property tax relief provisions and limitations are those that look at the big picture and look, as you mentioned, at the overall levy and think about how much revenue do they think is appropriate for local taxing jurisdictions to bring in from one year to the next? How much growth is appropriate? Is that inflation plus 2%? Plus new construction? Is it the same amount as last year with no allowance for inflation? You know, every state has to kind of make that determination. And then from there, having as neutral system as possible so that you're not picking winners and losers within that system. On the point of Colorado, one of the interesting things is they do have a really strong taxpayers' bill of rights there that limits tax increases really strictly, but you see policymakers adopting all kinds of fees and other forms of spending increases that fall on taxpayers, but kind of weaseling their way out of the taxpayers' bill of rights however they can. And so having a really restrictive policy on the books doesn't necessarily work the way policymakers intended. And when future legislatures create exceptions and kind of make modifications, the system can get pretty out of hand. And so I just am concerned that that type of thing could happen in Kansas under an assessment limit instead of a more neutral levy limit.
And we also spoke primarily about residential properties, but do you see across the other states what's the impact on commercial real estate and some of those other classes of property?
Yeah, anytime limitations are put in place mostly on residential property, commercial property almost always ends up taking a larger share of the burden. So when you limit residential property taxes, commercial property taxes usually grow in the long term, making the system more inequitable and non-neutral and kind of disguising the true costs of local government services. If so much of it is getting shifted onto businesses, it's, makes the system very burdensome for small businesses, and, individual taxpayers are the ones that are actually benefiting from most of the local services received, like schools and, law enforcement, things like that. Businesses do benefit to some extent, but especially when you think about, the education system, really it makes sense that residents should be paying property taxes to fund the local services that are largely received by residents.
Okay, I apologize. I might not have phrased my question correctly, but the proposal that we have in front of us is for all properties. If it was just residential, that would obviously be a shift onto the other classes of property. But I guess what I was curious about is, are there other states, are most of these limitations placed only on residential property? And if not, if there are some commercial properties that are also limited, does that, I guess I'm thinking along the lines of ownership of business property and commercial property. Do you see kind of a rental or a lease, almost kind of a rent stabilization type of mechanism starting to take place where the property doesn't sell in order to maintain that property tax limit? I'm just curious what other states, if there are any situations or examples of that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do some additional research and get back to you on that. I think that it's probably more common for assessment limits to apply to residential property only, because usually those are the taxpayers that policymakers most likely want to benefit. But I can get you more of a breakdown on what assessment limits apply to all real property versus just residential. That's a very important question to answer.
Yeah, if you have the availability or the ability to do that, that would be good information, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for your responses. You did mention that you had states that you liked for property taxes, but you didn't mention any of those. Could you give us examples? And I will tell you that Oklahoma and Oregon both have, it's all property. It's not just residential. That's what this legislation was modeled after. So which states would you recommend as model legislation for property taxes?
You know, actually, from a broad standpoint, because the property tax is the most neutral form of, the most neutral tax to generate revenue to fund local government services, to the extent that reliance is shifted to other taxes through property tax limitations, the best system is one that doesn't overly limit property taxes. To the extent, property taxes do need to be limited, having a general levy limit is the best approach. I don't have one particular state that we would recommend modeling after. We would just recommend having some sort of focus on the overall levy rather than, most of the states that do have different levy limits also sometimes have different limitations as well. So I'd say there's not many states that are doing this in the ideal manner, unfortunately.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, well, I don't know if you're aware of the Kansas transparency. It's probably actually it is the most stringent in the nation. So we did that, giving complete local control and not tying their hands. And that's why we removed the property tax lid. So I guess it's difficult. I would like to know of a state that's doing it well. If not, I guess we will be that shining state in the nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Yes, Senator Holland.
Mr. Co-Chair, I just wanted to, Catherine, thank you for your comments today. I just think when you look at the history of government taxation, it all started with taxes on property taxes. And as you basically saw governments need, as governments grew, as population centers grew, as infrastructure needs grew, you saw expansion into other basically needs, like now we need an income tax, now we need a sales tax. So I do appreciate Ms. Lowood's comments about really the property tax, because when you think about it, as long as, to me, the property tax, it's probably the most equitable way, the most easy to police, as long as you have, clear standards for how you assess the valuation of that property. Now, make no mistake, the property tax is the most hated. But the point is that when you look from an administration standpoint, to me, it's the most clearest, it's the most objective way to do that. So I do appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Catherine. I think in the interest of time, we do have one conferee that is not able to come back after lunch, so I know we're after 12, but I would like to go ahead and welcome Sean Robertson to the committee, and we'll have his presentation and questions, and then we'll break for lunch. So you're the thing but standing between us and lunch. So.
All right.
No pressure.
I'll make it quick. Sean Robertson, I'm the Saline County Appraiser representing the County Appraisers Association. First off, I need to apologize for not including my name and contact information on the presentation. I do apologize, but it looks like this. So, I will say that Eddie touched on a lot of things that I wanted to in this presentation, and in the interest of time, I will make it short. So what got us here? So caps on valuations have been discussed off and on for decades, but the discussion's more prevalent now because there was this perfect storm a couple of years ago of free federal money for everybody, for individuals and businesses, historically low interest rates, historically high amounts in savings accounts, partially because for a period of time people couldn't go spend it in the way they normally would, and historically high incomes. Wages have never been higher. So what that turns into is higher sale prices for everything, and then in turn, higher valuations. So there's also this idea that increase in valuation equals an increase in tax, which I think was the sentiment from all taxpayers for a long time. I do think that on a side note, the revenue neutral rate has kind of curbed some of that, which is a good thing. But what this does, I think, I'll skip over that. I think Eddie covered that very well. One very simplistic example. This is an example with and without the 4% cap for this hypothetical two-property taxing unit. This assumes a constant local tax amount that sticks with the revenue neutral rate. Okay. So as you can see, the state levy and the school levy stay exactly the same. You all know that. So for this first property, that the market value would be going up 10%. And I will note I used 23 and 24. I get that this doesn't take effect till 25, but it's a very simple example. Previous year versus the next year. So the market value would have gone up 10%, but under the cap going up 4%. So you look down at the bottom part, if you want to do the math and go back to that first page, you certainly can. But this basically shows that the total tax amount for this one property would be approximately $100 less under the cap than otherwise. Okay. The second property that has a stable valuation or the same valuation for the 2 years, you can actually see that there's a bit of a tax shift where this property that doesn't fall under the cap would actually pay a slightly higher amount in overall property taxes than they would have otherwise under our current system. And then the next page just shows the total of taxes paid at the local level. The overall doesn't change, so it is a bit of a tax shift. Again, this is a very simplistic example and is very difficult to expand over thousands of properties, but this is what can happen. So when you read through this, and we go through this whole presentation briefly, it might seem like we are opposed to this resolution because there's an inclusion of more bad points than good about this. However, I think the weight of the good might overshadow the weight of the bad. The good portions of this are apparent and tangible. The bad are a little more hypothetical, but I just want to get these out there to bring them to your attention. So I want to go through the good, the bad, and the meh. It's a big shoulder shrug. Okay, so the good, like we've talked about some of these before, I think it's a very good possibility that this will reduce complaints and appeals about property values. What we hear most often is it went up too much, regardless of if the value is accurate. I think people like consistency over accuracy, to be honest. So this provides for more consistency. What that does is allows people or businesses to budget in a better way for their property taxes. And as we've talked about this morning, it caps the state portion of the property tax increases for individual properties. The bad, I'm going to introduce a
Do you mind if I ask you a question right quick?
Absolutely.
Before we get into the next section. I was trying to think through this in the last few months when I've been considering all the different possibilities and unintended consequences, but as a part of the appeals process, either payment under protest or whatever the different methodologies of appeals are, how do you see that playing out? Because I'm assuming what your valuation statements that you get in the spring would show would still be the fair market value, but then the kind of the effective, what your taxable value would be. Do you anticipate what that is going to look like, or is that going to curb some of those? You said people are a little bit more happy with consistency versus accuracy, but if they see that maybe their market value, the fair market value actually did jump up quite a bit, but their taxable value didn't, do you anticipate the appeals process being as active, or are people going to be more complacent and not, even though they might disagree with it, they're not going to spend the money to fight it, the time and the money, because their actual effective taxable valuation is less?
No, that's exactly what I was trying to convey, is I think it would be much less active for the counties, and then further down the road for the Board of Tax Appeals. Yeah. Now, whether on that notice you would actually have the fair market value and then the taxable value under the cap or not, that.
Yeah, because that's the information that the taxpayers are going to get and what they're going to base their decision off of. Representative Bergkamp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I probably agree on the whole will reduce questions, but I guess I'm also thinking conversely, if we're playing catch up over the years because we've capped it, are people going to be complaining like, why is my valuation going up
That's
when
one
my property
thing
hasn't?
that I'd bring out further on in the presentation, but I'll address it now. Yeah, that would be, that's a challenge when in a declining market, you would still see increasing valuations because they've been undervalued by being under that cap for however long that would be. So yeah, that's a challenge.
Thank you.
Further questions? Please continue, Sean.
Okay. So the bad, this has been brought up in a couple different ways this morning, but I want to introduce maybe a different word to it, a bifurcation. So this bifurcation is you have two sets of rules. You would now have the market valuation, whether it's due to the fact that it falls under one of those exceptions, or simply the fact that the market value is less than a 4% increase. And then you would have this other group of properties that would have that would fall under the cap. So we now would have two sets of rules where we really only have one now. What that does is creates an inequity between like or similar properties. You'd have owners of similar properties in the same area that could face very different tax burdens. However you want to characterize that as fair, unfair, I could see both ways, but it certainly would create an inequity. It could end up leading to another statewide reappraisal. Again, this is certainly, some of these bad things are more hypothetical than anything, but it could lead there. So property taxes will become regressive because of this bifurcated system. You'd have some valued at market value and some not. Could possibly stifle new business creation, new construction and home buying if further down the road that inclusion under the cap is preferential treatment enough to prevent them from wanting to go under the market value portion. One thing that hasn't been brought up that it has an effect on the locals is tax increment financing and rural housing incentive districts. In their simplest form, the local entities give up the tax revenue created in those districts. Those properties in those districts pay the same in property taxes that they normally would, but those taxes go back into fund the development itself for a number of years. Well, if those are capped and they end up paying a lower amount, it's possible that they may not be able to pay off those development costs in the statutorily required time. And who's left holding the bag? That's a question. I don't know the answer to that.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sean, thank you for your presentation. you're saying that they built in the payment of increased valuations in the bond payments. They don't do that. I mean, that's just not even accurate. And the other thing that you had stated, I would ask this, okay, the legislation was modeled after Oregon and Oklahoma. It's been in place over 15 and 20 years. They're not doing a reevaluation. They're not panicking. In fact, Oklahoma went the opposite way. When they implemented this, it was only for residential, and they implemented it for commercial too, and all properties. So what do you say to that when it's been in place for over 15 to 20 years in other states, and it's working?
Right, and I'll go back to my previous statement of these are hypothetical possibilities that could happen that I think at least need to be examined and thought about, rather than the saying, no, this won't happen, or yes, it will. I think that's going down the road when you have this bifurcation of two separate systems, it could lead to that.
Seeing no further questions, we can continue.
Okay. California Prop 13. So there's a 2% annual value cap in California. There are many, many other portions of Prop 13 that have to do with property taxes and not just valuations. But I think one that could have an effect on simply sales of properties is, before this cap was implemented in California, 16% of all the properties in California changed hands, and after that, 5% in a 2-year period. So I just, again, it's a possibility, something to think about. Would people be disincentivized to buy or sell homes? I know that one of the arguments for this is to allow people to stay in their homes, whereas it might be characterized better of it would force people to stay in their homes, rather than, because going and buying a new home, they would be moved under the market valuation part. I'll let you read down through those yourself, but I will say in California, I'll completely grant the possibility that some of these things are due to different political and social problems there than simply a value cap. Okay, so the big shoulder shrug should be, and at least in part is, from local taxing officials and the appraisers. Because number one, it does not change the local budgeting process at all. So I'm not sure why there would be a big outcry either for or against this measure from any of the local people. Also, from the appraiser portion, as Amelia stated earlier, we would go through the same analytical process that we do now, and ostensibly for a taxable value, choose the lower of the market value or last year plus 4%. So on a big picture, this doesn't change what we do necessarily. And I will say, as we'll get to this, the problems come with some of the exceptions to that, as Eddie noted. So some challenges. As Representative Burkamp said, we could have increasing values in a declining market in order to catch up. Also, the challenge would be measuring the accuracy of the appraised value versus the sale prices when the, quote, values are not market valuations due to the cap. From an administrative point of view and PVD's oversight of the appraisers, I don't know how that would work anymore. It's something that needs to be considered. So the bottom part of the challenge, it says different appraisal procedures. That's probably poor wording on my part, but there would be different categories, I'll put it that way, like we talked about. So these exceptions that were brought up earlier, new construction, it makes sense and it seems simple, but at what point does new construction kick into making a property valued at market value? If you have $1 million home and they build some little deck off the back, yes, that's new construction, but should that be considered new construction as far as being kicked out from under this cap? I don't know. That would need to be cleaned up somehow. Listed as escaped or omitted, I think that there's a possibility in here. Can escaped or omitted mean misidentified for the prior year? For example, if new construction was done 3 or 4 years ago and was not identified until now. If a house was listed at 500 square feet rather than 5,000 square feet, should that then be an exception? The change in ownership we have talked about that might cause some problems, whether it's trust or inheritance, whatever the case may be. Okay. So the heart of the argument is market valuation for everybody or consistent valuation for some and market for others. There's certainly some good and some bad. If we have market valuation for everybody, we don't need to determine the exceptions. The equitability in taxes is maintained between similar properties, and the ability to accurately grade appraisals compared to sale prices is maintained. If value increases are capped, there's that consistency. The cap on state property increases, and a reduction of complaints and appeals. Okay. The last page I have is some alternatives. The others aren't necessarily in lieu of this resolution. They could be in addition to. It's just some other things to consider. I'll jump down to the bottom one. I personally like is to do all of real estate in some similar fashion to the way that we value ag properties, in that it would be a rolling average. This could maintain some consistency without doing away with market value for some properties. For example, we would still come up with a yearly January 1st value, but that taxable value would be, just as an example, that value and the previous two, an average of those. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
In your experience with that data, based on your last point, looking at residential, looking at commercial, looking at all the different classes, I mean, how long of a period would we need to create a stable, because you have peaks and valleys? I mean, farmland, ag land is an 8-year rolling average. It's a little different. It's not 8 different years. It's, as Senator Tyson said, it's an average of averages. It's 8-year average of 8 years of data. But, you know, I wouldn't think 3 years would make a lot of difference, you know,
Probably
5 years.
Again, that simple example, I don't know if it should be 3 or 5 or the 8, but something along those lines that would, like I said, maintain the consistency, but not in certain cases do away with market value.
Okay. Committee, do you have any questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Thank you again, Sean. You've said that require all taxing entities in the revenue neutral rate procedure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thankfully, the House did that. They included every single taxing authority except for the state. The state has a 1.5 mil, and I don't know that you've heard, but the Senate President and the Speaker of the House both said that they would like to do away with that.
I have heard.
So what do you mean by that statement then?
That was exactly what I meant, was the state.
Okay, so you would support doing away with 1.5?
Absolutely.
Okay. And also, I just find, you said you're not against this, but you are, most certainly are against it by the statements that were made. The property tax relief exemption for some certain properties. Well, we have, what would you suggest, and this is not something you can probably answer today, but what would your association suggest for improving the valuation process? It is broken right now. And I think part of the issue is that 10% ratio, but we need to do a deeper dive into that. But what suggestions would you and your organization bring to the Kansas legislature to improve the valuation process? I have an undersheriff that in front of 200 people, it was heartbreaking how many people he is moving out of their homes because they are literally losing them now. It's not figurative anymore. This is literal.
So I think that this alternative I talked about a rolling average would be a step in the right direction. I think that our association in maintaining, being able to still calculate and put a market value on that, but going back a few years, I think that's a decent possibility. This idea that people are being run out of their homes by the taxes is a concern that we need to address. However, I also wonder how many of those people are not able to stay in their homes because they can't afford the principal mortgage payment and the interest and the maintenance and upkeep and the insurance and the utilities and the taxes. I question whether it's the taxes itself. But I think that's something that here, that's the one thing that can be addressed, so it should be.
These individuals are not being removed from their home because they are not making the other payments. They are being removed from their home because they are choosing between food, medicine, and taxes. Property is paid for. So they are paying more on their property taxes than they did on the original mortgage and insurance combined on their homes. I don't know if you've seen the graphs, but statewide, last 20 years, approximately 170% increase across the state. You can choose other counties. I mean, these valuations, I've got a chart I could show you. I mean, we're over $40-some billion now in valuations. So the process is broken. We need to fix it. And the Senate Majority Leader, I know you've heard, he thinks that part of the problem would be solved by electing appraisers. Some of us don't agree with that, but we will be taking a look at that this session.
Committee, are there any further questions? Seeing none, Sean, thank you very much for your testimony and thank you for your time. Committee, I apologize. You can remove me as chair if you wish, but I've got 12:35 here as an hour long enough break to meet back here at 1:30. I see some thumbs up. Anybody, does that inconvenience anyone? Okay. We will plan on being back at 1:30 to reconvene. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you back.
version. The remote PC. There you go. Thank you. You're welcome.
Welcome back, everyone. I have 1:38, so we'll go ahead and get started. We will resume our morning agenda. We had cut our property tax discussion short a little bit and wanted to welcome Director Harper to the committee to kind of wrap up our discussion on that and with his presentation. So welcome, Director.
Thank you. Thank you. David Harper. I'm Director of Division of Property Valuation for the Department of Revenue. And you've had a lot of good information this morning. And I'll hopefully add a little bit more to that. I did go a little bit different route than some of the others. And they've covered some of the things I was going through, so I'll try not to duplicate. My assignment talking to Mr. Penner last week was to just kind of highlight a couple what we saw from the division as far as strength, weaknesses of a value limit, administrative concerns we may have, the way 1611 is drafted, and then provide you some stats that hopefully will help you making your decision on where you want to go and what the impact could be on a value cap. So I did listen to the conversation today. I did, when we started putting things together last week and we were scrambling to do that, we did focus on residential because that has had the highest increases and the biggest impact. But if there's some numbers and some formats in here that would be beneficial on the other subclasses, we can certainly add to those and provide those to you and bring them to the next meeting to cover more than just residential. As you heard today, I think, my strength, weaknesses, just a couple points each way. Strengths, we don't have anything in place right now that adds to the consistency and predictability of values on a parcel level. If you look at the revenue neutral rate, it's looking at the total cap rates. Levies are the total taxing unit rates. So you could have mill levies stay the same, but with the unpredictability and what we've seen in property values over the past couple of years with increases, nothing addresses that at the parcel level. I've talked to friends from Utah, other people, when they talk about their revenue neutral, which they call it something different, but when they talk about their plan, that's the one thing they've mentioned. It doesn't address things at the parcel level. It doesn't dig down that deep. The concerns, which you guys have heard, there is the potential for over time for there to be some inequalities in value. But, if you think about it, and if whatever the limit would be, if you set it at 4%, market limit, properties that are in neighborhoods or counties that appreciate higher than that rate, eventually they're gonna be appraised at a lower comparison rate to their market value than properties that appreciate at 4% or lower. So, how big a problem, and if that becomes a problem, it's going to depend on what the market does, and it's going to depend on what the value limit you set would be. Is 4% the magic number? It's kind of like a situation we have with other things we try to implement. Does one size fit all? So a 4% limit would work very well in some neighborhoods, some counties, it won't keep up with the appreciation rate from what we've seen the past couple of years. So it's just that one number fitting all jurisdictions across the state is always a challenge. From the administrative point, for us, the biggest concern that we would ask to be addressed would be with the public utilities, with the state assessed public utilities. So the way the bill's written now, it would concern all real property. State assessed is a little bit different ballgame than when you do the locally assessed. In statute, it talks about our state assessed, which is the public utilities and the railroads. Those include real and personal property, and those include tangible and intangible. So that's the only thing that really includes the intangible property as opposed to the locally assessed. When we do those properties, we typically value them through what you call a unit value. So instead of going out and appraising the Evergy office building, we're valuing the entire utility and coming up with the unit value, which includes all those things I just mentioned: personal, real, tangible, intangible, and then we allocate that value to the state and then to the taxing units based on an original cost of the items. Right now, I'm talking to our public utility people, we don't have a good way or a way to break out personal and real from what companies file with us. So that's a challenge. If it's just real property, that would be a challenge on the state assessed. The other thing I'd mention on the state assessed, if this value cap went into play and whether their public utilities were included or not, we do have to follow what's called a federal 4R Act for the railroads. So the law states that the railroads can't be assessed at a higher rate than the commercial property in the state. So if some of the values are held at 4% and they should have gone up higher, the railroads are still going to have that. I don't know if I call it a benefit, but those values are still going to be adjusted accordingly based on that 4R Act.
Director, if I could jump in, maybe this is out of place, but would it be easier if public utilities were exempted from this?
Yes.
Provision? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, absolutely for us, yes.
Okay.
If not, we're going to have to address the statutes that deal with the valuation of public utilities.
Okay.
And I couldn't swear to it. I think Oklahoma, I'm not sure if they include public utilities. I do not think they do, but I can double check on that. Okay. But yes, it would be easier to apply. The 6 exceptions that are in the rule that have been covered pretty thoroughly. The first one, the new construction, I know you're aware of and the revisers are aware of. In 79-1460, there's already a definition of new construction. So our ask would just be, that we be consistent through statute on the definition of new improvements. Also, if you recall in that statute, we currently have in place a 5% cap on commercial property that had a value lowered through an appeal for the next. So for the 2 following years after that appeal reduction, that value has to be limited to a 5% or less increase unless the county takes a couple additional steps, like they can contract out for an appraisal, or if they can show that they still took into consideration the information provided at the prior appeal. So so just wanting, there's to be a lot of some statutes like that we would make sure to match up. But again, that's just a 5%. It's just for commercial. It's just for ones that successfully appealed their property. The class or subclass of the property changes for assessment rate purposes. I think that one was pretty straightforward. And, you know, I guess I'll go back one thing. One thing that seems like kind of a minor change, but that would help us when you look at the exceptions, most of these refer to the property. For us, if it just referred to the parcel, it would probably address some of the questions we have, because, you know, our questions were like on some of the mixed-use properties, would it trigger a whole revaluation, especially for an exemption? As Mr. Penner spoke, there are some mixed-use properties where part of it's exempt, part of it's on the tax roll. So that part that comes off exemption, would the entire parcel be revalued, or just that part that came off exemption?
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you've raised a couple of things, like the one you just said and the new property. Those are handled now, today. How do you deal with them today?
On new construction?
New construction, whether one of the examples was the porch that was added or a deck that was added. I mean, all of these are items that occur today.
Yes.
And when the testimony, I mean, it's like, well, it's all brand new. Well, it's not brand new. We do that today. So that's why I don't understand the comments. I'm trying to figure out why you're saying that will have to be dealt with, because it's dealt with today.
All I was asking for is to make sure we're aware there's already a definition of new improvements in another statute. We just want to make sure.
So do we need to clean that up no matter what?
Or sync them up, I guess is what I'm saying. We just trying to make, which you're already aware of, there's definitions in other statute that we can use. I wasn't saying it's an issue. I'm just pointing out that there's, I think one thing Eddie had asked me about, if there's definitions in other statutes of new improvements, and there is. But not saying it's an issue. I'm just saying we'd want to be consistent with what's in the other statute.
Okay, please continue, Director.
Okay. The other exceptions, I mentioned the exemptions, the mixed-use property, just if we need specification whether this would trigger a revaluation of the entire parcel or just a part that had been exempt. The escaped or omitted property, I think that's pretty straightforward. As you heard today, you know, we pretty well have the real estate listed. Occasionally, the real estate could be listed on the wrong parcel. So those kind of things, it was omitted from one parcel. So those kind of things would, as they're corrected, the way I read it, if it's omitted, they would allow or trigger for that revaluation. The exemption on the legal description of land is one, just, it talked about the total valuation of all property affected by the legal description changes shall not exceed the total valuation of the affected properties. So right now, we refer to those as splits and combos. If somebody combines 5 different parcels into one parcel, or if somebody splits them into multiple parcels. So I would just ask for consideration to be just a straight exception to the rule, not the kind of balance back value to that original total value. And the scenario I gave in here was just a very simple one, but if you have right now a 40-acre parcel and you have a home site on it, and then you have residual land and it's all valued together, that residual land is going to be valued much differently than if you went back and split that 40 acres into 8 5-acre building sites. So it's just kind of a different valuation approach, how you treat that home site with 40 additional acres versus how you would treat that 40 acres as potential building sites if it was split. So just to be aware of how that valuation change comes into play. And then the transfers has been discussed quite a bit. Just, you know, is it any transfer? Does it have to be a sale? Does it have to be one that requires a sale validation questionnaire? Just to make sure we're in agreement on our understanding of what that would refer to.
With your example there about the 40 acres and splitting up for parcels, currently right now, I mean, is it a zoning thing, or if those parcels are split out until they're actually sold and developed as like a residential site versus agricultural property, when does that classification change? When do they need to be adjusted? And I would think that whatever we do currently would be the same system that we would use for the,
Yes, and it refer bit what Amelia talked to, it'd be the current use, it'd be what they're actually used for. So, yeah, if they're split and they're still ag use, no change at all. If you split, if you have acreage that's for development and there's no ag use, and the developer starts splitting in their acreage to sell as individual home sites, that would just have an impact on the value of those pieces. Would not necessarily equal the value of the whole if it was valued all at once, but it would absolutely be based on the use. In most of those cases, when those are split out, there's likely going to be a transfer. A lot of times they're just split out to be sold, so then they're going to be covered under that other exemption. But just, you know, these are just scenarios that were brought to me that, you know, that it's just a little bit different how you would value a home site with residual land versus how you value individual parcels that are split out to be sold as potential building sites.
Representative Wassinger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when someone plats a property for residential use, would that change it right then? Would that be the impetus for it? Because the value would be less for the property itself, but then once it's built on, obviously it would change again. But I would think that might be the impetus for changing the.
If the legal description changes on the county records, and I think, yes, your question,
Okay,
it would prompt, yes.
You can't really, well, I guess, so rural property, you can split immediately and not have to file a plat so much. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, and that's where my question regarding zoning come in. You know, I'm from Wallace County. We're not zoned, so it would be once the property was sold or something was actually filed with the Register of Deeds. I could go out and have my whole pasture surveyed and marked off, but until something actually transacts, it wouldn't.
Well, yeah, and I'm probably thinking of a scenario that will pop up, you know, a few times a year statewide, but if you are on a future subdivision that's being developed, they may go ahead and be split, listed for sale, and ready to go and not sold yet. So if there's no ag use, then the appraiser would be valuing that individual lot as a vacant lot, not ag.
See no further questions, please continue, sir.
Okay. If you go to page 3 is when I kind of started to provide some numbers, and these again are focusing on the residential stats, and again, we'd be happy to put together more what we can on the other classes. But the first part is just wanted to share with you. This is from Wichita State, and they contract with the Kansas Realtors Association every year to assemble these statewide data on what properties actually sold for. So the last date I could find up for year to date was through July, so that's why I just included July, but we'll have year-end numbers that we can provide to you, obviously when the session starts. But, you know, I include these just because you can look at what the median sale prices have done in the market and what the percent increase has been. And this is a pretty good indicator of what the county values are going to do. I mean, we're following market value, we're using sales to value property. So these properties that sold in 2023 are going to be used for our 2024 valuations. Again, just kind of an indicator of what the market's done over the past couple of years, which is a reason for a lot of values increasing significantly. We're following the market. I know we get the scenarios of why I go up 12% and my neighbor, you know, I went up 4%. But these sales are what we're going to use, and following what's actually taking place in the actual marketplace is a good indicator of what you're going to see coming from your county appraiser. The bottom half, and this refers a little bit to what you were, I think, possibly referring to, Chairman Smith, about how many years would you have to look at if you used an average or a rolling average. So just broken out by the major classes of real estate, residential, commercial, ag land, and state assessed. From 2013 to 2023, we just gave you what the overall statewide percent increase was in value. Went ahead and highlighted the ones that had a 4% increase or greater. So that these are the ones that would have been impacted if we would have had a cap in place at that time. I think the residential exemption came up earlier today, or on a question. Right now, the exempt part from the 20 mills for the school is, I think, like 42,000 and some. It was at 40,000, and then it went up based on the 10-year increase in residential value. So that 10-year rolling average on that has definitely slowed the increase. But that would be the that would be the impact. It would affect that 10-year average if values were going to go up higher than 4%, but they were limited to 4%. That increase in that school exemption would not be quite as great. The ag land, again, it was interesting to me as well when we looked at that, how volatile that was. I was expecting to see mostly that's residential over 4%, but the ag land definitely is impacted. So I think we need to get some more data together and provide on that.
I did have a quick question. You're talking about the 10-year average, and it made me think, I guess I'm just not aware of the appraisers' data and systems that they all have. If we implemented, well, that wouldn't be a constitutional amendment. If we passed a law that said we're going to take a 10-year average, does every parcel have 10 years worth of data that they can go back and look at, or is there a certain time where that data is purged? I know in Wallace County, they've got all these old books that if they want to go looking for some 50-year-old information, they can, but I didn't know how accessible that information was. If we implemented a system like that, can they go back and actually get all that old data?
We've been on the same system for over 10 years, so I think 10 years is a reasonable number, and that's what I was able to get pretty easily for some reports here today. So yes, I think 10 years is a reasonable number. I did, the implementation date did, if I heard it right, if it went on the ballot, then it would take effect the following January. There will be some system changes. As you mentioned, the valuation notices, do we want it to include a cap value as well as the actual market value? There will be some system changes need to be made. So, if this passes and is going to go on the ballot, we would be starting to address those immediately to try to get things in place for the following year's valuation.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have, Amelia's looking into it. We just want to make sure if it says appraised value or valuation, that we may or may not need clarification on what you said on the 20 mil for the, and so she's looking into that just so the committee knows, because you said that we do, and I'm not sure we do if it's the right terminology. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So you're asking about the 10-year average increase? Okay. I believe it's appraised value, but sure. Welcome to double check. So
we did base it off of, if I may, Mr. Chairman, thank you. It was based off of a real estate equation is what we did. So I'm not sure the exact language of this.
Okay.
But we did want to make sure that it was a 10-year average of real estate.
Right. Yeah, and I believe it's just residential real estate.
Yes, it was residential.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, please, if you would, if you don't mind, Amelia.
For reference, the statute we're talking about is KSA 79201X. And the language for the adjustment that would be applied to the $40,000 number, the way the statute reads currently is that it shall be adjusted to reflect the average percentage change in statewide residential valuation of all residential real property for the preceding 10 years.
Does that, just for clarification, does that include, you're talking about the total statewide valuation, so that includes new construction as well? Okay.
Yes, to answer your question, since people are listening and can't necessarily see my head nod. Yes, it's all residential real property, so that does include existing and new. Yes.
It's good to hear, because we calculated it that way, but, yes, and I could recirculate the memo we sent out last year if you'd like, that just shows those percentages, but, okay.
Is there further clarification? Okay. Seeing no further questions, let's continue on.
Very good. Page 4, start to overwhelm me with some statistics, some numbers. But this is, again, only residential, so if this is something you'd like to see on the other classes, be happy to show you. But what I was curious in was how many parcels would have been impacted by this change from 2022 to 2023. So what we show is the total number of residential parcels by county, then the number of parcels that actually had a value increase this year of over 4%, and then what that percentage was. So you can see, looking through there, it would have definitely had a significant impact on the individual parcels owners' values this year, and definitely leveled those off at a 4%. If you jump to page 5, you can see the statewide total, about 83% of the parcels on the residential side had an increase greater than 4% this year. So, and then we did go ahead and include 2015 through 2023, just a percent increase by county, just to give you a reference point on what's happened in your jurisdictions on residential percent increases over the years. And I know we had 3 of you here from Douglas County. You might notice that's blank. Had a little miscommunication with them last Fridays, but I did get that number this morning. So for Douglas County, if you add that in, it's 31,840 parcels. 27,531 had the increase greater than 4%, which is 86.47% for Douglas. Didn't have much of an impact on the statewide. We're still right around 83.2%. So if that's something, I can work with Eddie. If that's something you'd like to see for the other classes, we could definitely put that together for you.
I think that would be beneficial, just for comparison. I think the primary concern is the residential, but I think it's important to look at the other classes as well, if that's available. So this is county level data. Is this something you have to reach out to each county to get, or is this on your system at the state?
I'll remind you, about 95 of the counties are what we call centrally hosted, so their data's on our servers, on the state servers. So we just have to reach out to the 10 locally hosted counties with a query to run.
Seeing no further questions,
okay,
please continue.
All right, then the next few pages are something we just had a little fun with we ended up pulling, again, this is just residential, but we looked at 20 counties last week, and we asked for parcels from 4 different market areas within the counties. And I've narrowed that down to 3, so 3 examples so you can read it, and also limited to just 7 counties. But what we did, and I'll just start with this first one, which was in Shawnee County, parcel 1. So what we did was show the county value. That's what's on the tax rolls. That's what's on the county appraiser's roll now as far as current value. Then we just made the simple calculation on what percent change that was for those parcels each year. And then we just did a hypothetical situation where what if we would have had a 4% limit in place beginning in 2014. So we calculated the value based on if it went up more than 4%, we rolled back to that limited value. And then we just, that was kind of just my check where we had a percent change for those, and hopefully none of those exceed 4%. And then we just did a comparison of what that hypothetical value was if they would have been limited to a 4% increase to what they actually are on the current tax rolls. You can see like Shawnee County, and this is fairly consistent as you go through. Most of the impact's going to be over the past couple of years. I did go ahead and highlight the ones in gray represent when a property sells. So like on parcel 2 for Shawnee County, that property sold in 2018, triggering a revaluation in 2019, and then restarting that 4% value limit. So again, we just tried to include some different counties from different parts of the state. Crawford, Ellis, you can see on some of them as you go through what impact just that property selling has when you start re-triggering that. Page 8 is, as you might imagine, Johnson County with the higher appreciation rate. This started having a bigger impact more than the past couple of years, so that this would impact it probably them a little greater than some of the others. Same with Douglas County. Included Wallace County. I was interested, though, a couple I highlighted are big jumps when those properties sold, so I didn't research them. I don't know if there was some remodeling that took place there or what, but you can just see what happened when they sold. Don't know all the conditions of the sale or of the property, but just wanted to show you that, that does re-trigger the 4% limit. So, but that's the way we would see that working. We would see in our computer system, mass appraisal system, still tracking the market values, then just making this simple calculation and tracking that as well. And we actually do something very similar to that now. We do allow county appraisers to utilize what we call an index value. Because we know in mass appraisal, if you just generated that value to the system every year and you throw in a new comp, it could go this way more, where we realize the market's more flat, either appreciation rate level or depreciation. So if counties can justify what the appreciation rate is in their county, they can, for a market area, apply a 3% trend. And so all the properties that haven't changed would go up 3%. So we already kind of make a very similar calculation in our computer-assisted mass appraisal system for the trend. And then the last page, I just want to share with you what the total value change across the state has been from 2022 to 23 with the attached map. The decrease, I think, is going to be the ag counties, the ones that rely heavily on the ag. I noticed Coffee County was a decrease. My guess that's probably due to the public utility, which is the huge driving force down in that county. But just something, we don't have the mill levies yet. We don't have the results of the revenue neutral rate hearings yet. But it kind of gives a comparison. If values went up, watch to see if mill levies were adjusted accordingly. But those are data we'll be matching with the value increases as it becomes available and can provide to you at the first of the year. So that's all I really had to share, and be happy to answer any questions. Mainly just want to get some numbers in front of you and let you start analyzing those, and we can expand those to the other classes and share those with you. But
Thank you for that, Director. Senator Tyson for a question.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple questions. And I find it interesting on the total value change, that's all real estate. I have some neighbors that would absolutely dispute that Lynn County only went up 3.9%. In fact, my neighbor was up 90% last year alone. So is the agriculture, the commercial, is that what brings that down? Because I know real estate was up exorbitantly high in most of the counties.
yeah, you're correct. It's all property. And again, it's not a single property, which is, we talked about one of the strengths of a value limit. It's gonna limit those increases. But this is total statewide value, and we can sure double check Lynn and again, break it out on residential, commercial, ag. But yes, this is total value.
Okay, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, so you talked about an index value that can be applied across the state, and I am afraid some of them are doing that and not checking the properties actually. So my concern is this 10% ratio that they have to stay within too. I'm not sure that everybody understands that. I've tried to find it, not by statute, not by rules and regs, just an implied 10% ratio that has to be stayed by the appraisers. And I can attest to Western Kansas. I mean, what's going on out there in Thomas County does not mean it's the same in Johnson County, but they're having to stay within those 10% ratios. And it's causing some property to go up exorbitantly high where there have not been the amount of sales that there were in other locations. If you could talk to that and explain to us why we're doing what we're doing.
Okay, sure. And ratio, The ratio study is in statute. The specifications are in rules and regs. The 10% is not. The use of the ratio study is
I
in,
understand that, but where does the 10% come from?
it's in our rules and regs, directive, yes, yes. You know, and I will, one, the one size fits all again comes kind of into play. Yeah, a county with a lot of sales, it should do very well, especially on residential property. You have fewer sales, that ratio study kind of loses its significance. My take is the ratio study, county appraisers are, if they're increasing values or decreasing values or holding values the same, when they're valuing property, they should be doing it because that's what's required in the state law to value at market value. Our ratio study is a tool that the legislature put in place, and then we've modified through rules and regs back with reappraisal to assure, to test. It's our test. Are they actually appraising at market value? So I get a little, I don't know if defensive is the right word, but defensive, when they say they're raising values because the state made them because of the ratio study. They're raising values because they're supposed to be appraising a fair market value. The ratio studies tells us as if they are doing that accurately or not. And we give them, by our standards, yes, right now we give them a 10% one way or above leeway. You know, as surprising as, and I know we all get scenarios from people that, you know, now I'm not disputing that at all, and I'm sympathetic with those, you know, or wanting to learn more about the people that said, I got an 80% increase. But if you look overall across the state and compare county values to what property actually sold for, overall, we're below market value, overall, on average. There's cases where we're not, obviously. But again, I would say our ratio is a tool. We don't, and I will say, if I'm failing to do my job, it's because I've been pretty lenient on the low side, because this has been a crazy market the past couple of years, and we have not pushed counties to be at 100%. Or even 90%. We give them a report, they get the report, the commissioners get the report, but we haven't gone in and gone into a county and told a county appraiser, we're removing you from office unless you get up here to the 90% level. We know the market's been challenging to fall over the past couple of years, so I think there's a lot of county appraisers that have been pretty not as aggressive as they could be and could defend on increasing market values. And we haven't been as aggressive as we could be on telling them to be in compliance with ratio.
Well, I would say the flip side of that too, you have some appraisers that are being overly aggressive, trying to stay within that 90%, that 10% ratio, and therefore properties are being overvalued. And the majority leaders brought up excellent examples, you know, his subdivision.
Sure.
A majority of people do not know how and are intimidated by the appeals process.
Okay.
And don't have the time and the resources to do it.
Sure.
So I think the best thing for us to do would be to fix the system so that less people do have to appeal and have to. And so that 10% ratio, I think we need to take a good hard look at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And if I may, and I understand what you're saying, and I agree, fewer the appeals, the better. I'll just say right now, there's not a lot of consequences for people being under that 90%. And, you know, again, that's probably me not doing my job to the fullest. If it was the other way, if values were, you know, if those ratios were coming in at 110%, absolutely, you know, that they'd want to be addressed, but thank you.
Do you, I mean, just to kind of follow up on this discussion, you're looking at an aggregate number.
Right.
Is there any way to red flag certain parcels that are maybe at 30 or 40, that are extreme one way or the other, to kind of red flag those in a situation where an appraiser missed the mark? I mean, if we just look at the averages, within that average, you could have, I mean, not to get into statistics course, but you can have some median averages, but then you can have a wide range, or you can have all holding pretty close to where they need to be. Is there any parameters that allow you to see some red flags if there's large discrepancies?
There are, and we do some of those things. I think the thing to remember on ratio study is we're only looking at the ones that have sold. And I think a lot of the challenges comes with the ones that haven't sold, and they're using those sale prices as comps. And I think those are some of the concerns we hear. Ratio, we have kind of expanded. We have what we call a point estimates. We just have that 90 or whatever the point estimate is. We have expanded more reliance on what we call a 95% confidence interval, which extends that. So if they fall within that 95% confidence interval, we're considering them in compliance. So that 95% confidence interval goes down lower and goes up higher. So we're giving them a wider range to meet the ratio. But yeah, we do try to monitor, looking for excessive percent increases in just overall values. Did they use the sales approach on 80% of values, and then they went and used some other approach on 5%? We're looking for consistencies along those lines. But again, yeah, the ratio is focusing on those sale properties, which we have that sale price to go off of the following year, which, but I think it's the ones that haven't sold probably are a challenge, in my opinion.
And what do you do? What's the process? And I'm thinking about my rural county, a small county that has relatively few sales. At what point, maybe it wasn't an arm's length transaction or whatever the situation might be. Is there a certain number of sales that has to trigger that value to go up? Or what do you do in the situation of, I guess I'm thinking about residences, but we also have local businesses that you might not have a comparable business within the county to base that sale off of. How do you address that situation?
Yes, and then that's when your appraisal judgment is going to have to come into play. If you don't have sales, you have other approaches to use. So typically, a lot of the rural counties, they use a cost approach. So a replacement cost less depreciation. If you just don't have any comparable properties, whether residential or commercial. So you really just have to go to another approach. The ratio, again, that's an example kind of our one size doesn't really fit all. We do, if you have a very small number of sales for our ratio study, we'll allow sales for multiple years to come into play, as opposed to the larger counties, we'll just do 1 or 2 years. So that's how we try to adjust for that. And we know when there's fewer sales, that ratio studies, the significance of it's less than a large urban county with a great sample of sales. That just leads more credibility to that.
Committee, any further questions? Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just out of curiosity, how many, this last go-around of your assessments on the counties, how many counties were non-compliant?
On the statistical part or just overall? On statistical? Just on the ratio part of it?
Yes, sir.
It's more in commercial than residential, but I'd have to get you the exact number. I'd hate to quote you.
Take a ballpark, not to hold you to it.
10 to 20?
10 to 20% were non-compliant counties?
On the statistical part, I believe.
Okay.
But again, I'll send it to you, but you said you wouldn't hold me to it, right?
Absolutely,
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. And since you mentioned that the counties with less sales, I do know some of those counties are crossing county lines too. That's kind of a question. And my concern is the database. We don't know what goes in that data, whether it's been verified or not. We just accept it as accurate. But so wouldn't this constitutional amendment to limit the valuations help those scenarios that people that are being penalized because of the ratio studies and the increased valuations? I mean, wouldn't that help at least bring it under control to even it out?
Sure. And I'm going to keep respectfully arguing with you. I don't think they're penalized for the ratio study. I think they're penalized for the results of or not penalized, but they're evaluated based on the ratio study. And
Stand corrected.
okay, no, it's just probably a difference.
I do know that the perception is the ratio is pulling some counties up more aggressively than what the actual sales represent.
Okay. And if I could, in no case should a county I think, of one case, and that's where I think a municipal lake overlaps two county boundaries. But otherwise, for residential property, you should not, I don't even know how the system, there should not be a comp poll from another county. I know last year we had an issue with a former representative, and we looked into his, and it wasn't the case. But if there's cases of that, well, I'd love to hear about them, because that should not happen.
Thank you. Sorry, committee, but Miami County, it appears so that index that the database allows for was used, I would say, in 2022 and 2023.
Okay.
And they think it was an approximate 24% in 2023. The county is very upset.
Okay.
So if you could look into that too, that'd be great.
And you said Miami?
Miami.
Okay.
Committee, any further questions for Director Harper? Seeing none, thank you once again for your time and presentation today.
Sure.
We will move on to our next agenda item and welcome back Mr. Penner with research on local sales tax.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief, get us back on schedule a little bit maybe. The next several presentations are going to be oriented around the idea of local sales tax and the authorization of local sales tax, specifically the bullet point in the legislative request about simplifying the process as it relates to locals wanting to adopt those. And so I'm going to start out with just a little bit of history and the extent of the use of local sales tax and what the kind of current law is. We have a few people from local entities that have recently adopted local sales tax rate changes that are joining us via WebEx, and they'll go after that. Amy Kramer from the Department of Revenue is going to talk about the department's administrative process as it relates to that. And then I'll kind of, at the end, come back and maybe tie up some loose ends, so to speak, hopefully try to walk through what the key policy questions you all would have to tackle were you to enact a policy to simplify that. But so I'm not gonna, because of the sharing issues that the WebEx had kind of repeatedly kicking the share off this morning, I'm not gonna share. So you should all have in front of you, one of the slide decks from me is titled Local Sales Tax, History and Extent of Use. And so I'm gonna walk through that without actually sharing a screen, but Kansas first authorized local sales taxes in 1970. It was actually legislation that authorized either local sales taxes or earnings taxes, and required an election to be approved. 3 cities adopted local sales taxes in 1971. 1 county tried to adopt an earnings tax. The election for that failed. In 1972, the legislature repealed that initial authorization, but grandfathered in the 3 existing sales taxes. Then 1 year later, in 1973, it reinstated sales tax authority. So a lot of churn in the local sales tax legislation there in a short period. Moving on, currently the limits, cities have up to 3% of total authority. 2% of that can be for general purposes. 1% is for special purposes, and the key there is that special purpose taxes sunset within 10 years. They can be, of course, be reauthorized with a new election at that point, but they do have kind of a 10-year cap. And as I was discussing with the revisers back there, that might be something that you want to keep in mind when we get to the end of this entire conversation. And city taxes, of course, can move in increments of 20ths of cents. Counties may levy up to 1% for general purposes. They also have a special statutory authorization for up to 1% for healthcare purposes expressly, and they may be levied in increments of quarters of percent. County property taxes are probably more accurately described as county-wide property taxes because they are apportioned, generally speaking, across the counties and the cities located within that county, with 50% of it apportioned based upon the proportion of the total amount of property taxes levied, and 50% of the tax apportioned based upon the proportion of the population within the county. And so then the next slide that I have there is really what we're talking about today, and that's the exceptions to the current limits. That's really what this bullet point is after. And I put in quotes there, a quote from the local government law handbook that is published by It's authored by Mike Heim in the Revisor's Office and I think published in conjunction with the League of Kansas Municipalities. The exception to the rate limit rule almost negate the rule. As of last interim, we discussed that 49 different counties had been granted 72 different authorizations for exceptions. Last year during the session, you added 2 more authorizations. I don't know if that expanded the number of counties or just the number of authorizations. Amy may know that. The authorizations tend to come in 2 different flavors or oftentimes maybe both flavor rolled together. Sometimes it's for pure additional authority to have a higher level, but also sometimes it is for dedicated sales taxes, the idea of avoiding that apportionment formula, especially if the tax is being levied for a specific purpose that doesn't involve any additional cost for the cities within the county. And so with that, I would just pivot on to some data about how widely used local sales taxes have been over time. 1981, 35 cities, 5 counties, and obviously you can see both of those have steadily increased. And as of 2023, we have, and I believe this is as of earlier this week or last week on October 1st, we have 325 cities and 94 counties that levy them. The only other slide that I have in here before I stand for questions or let the actual people who can talk to you about this in a more helpful way talk is that you might be thinking to yourself, but wait, local sales taxes seem a lot more complicated than that. Don't we have tons and tons and tons of local sales taxing districts? That is, of course, because of kind of a handful of these special tax districts that we have. Washburn University has sales taxing authority. The Gage Park Improvement Authority, created by 2022 legislation, has sales taxing authority. There is special sales tax authority for the Johnson County Educational Research Triangle. The reason I put a note there is that the Johnson County Board of County Commissioners is the governing body for that entity. So unlike these others that have kind of a special governing body that's kind of just a county special purpose tax in a lot of ways. Horse Thief Reservoir Benefit District has sales taxing authority. The reason I have a note there is they are no longer levying their sales tax. They did it for a while. And then the other thing that adds to the complexity of local sales taxes, especially as it relates to the number of rate districts that exist in the state. The reason our rate district publication that I anticipate Amy will reference is so lengthy is that we have transportation development districts. There are 36 of those throughout the state, and community improvement districts, there's 208 of those throughout the state. And those were specially provided for by 2003 legislation and 2009 legislation. Those are entirely kind of outside the scope of everything that I talked about in all the previous slides as it relates to city and county sales tax authority. Those are just an informational only item as you think about local sales taxes. So I would stand for whatever questions you may have, or we can move on to the local representatives talking about the local process.
Committee, any questions for Eddie? Seeing none, we will move right along to our next agenda item. And I don't have this specified in my agenda, but I believe our first conferees, we have Chris Marple, and these are over WebEx, Wilson County Coordinator. And is your testimony in conjunction with Jonathan Durrett?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You have the floor now. Welcome to Tax Committee. We're just kind of curious. We wanted to invite some of the folks that have recently enacted one of these sales tax authorities to just tell us a little bit about your process. What were some of the complications that you might have experienced? How could we have done things easier in your situation? What was your experience like? That's kind of the premise of what we're looking for to make sure that we're helping the problem here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. My name is Chris Marple, Wilson County Coordinator, and I think most of you were on both obviously the Senate and House tax last year during session when we was able to introduce bills to allow Wilson County to put on the ballot a designated sales tax for our EMS ambulance services. I've been with the county over 26 years, and EMS funding on the property tax levy has never kept up with the cost of the actual services. We're sort of unique that Fredonia EMS has part of the county, and City of Neodesha has their EMS has the other part of the county. So we have 2 EMS ambulance services, and like I said, over time, our property tax levy dedicated to ambulance services just could not keep up with their expenses. So I believe in 2021, the county commission had decided to move forward with the sales tax. And so that was towards the end of 2021. So during the 22 legislative session, we were able to provide testimony, and that's why I have Jonathan here. He was mainly the boots on the ground and testified to each House and Senate committee, and his staff helped basically campaign for the tax on the special question ballot. But really there was two. The reason we had to go to the legislature, two that I can recall, and Jonathan, chime in if you will, but we needed to obviously exempt ourselves since it was a countywide sales tax to dedicate it to EMS. So all the 100% of the sales tax went to that cause. And then for whatever reason, I don't remember all the statutory hoops, but the legal counsel for the hospitals felt that we needed to clarify language, because here again, we're unique to have two hospitals in our county, and they also have sales tax revenue from the cities. So we didn't want to jeopardize, if we added a county sales tax to the hospitals, that they lose their sales tax revenue from the city sales tax. So we put that in the bill as well. So that was the main reason we had to go to the legislature, to you all, to get that special legislation. And then therefore, obviously it passed, and the county commission had to pass a resolution to put the language on the ballot. And then it was in the November election, and it did prevail and became effective April 1 of this year. So that's kind of my synopsis. If Jonathan has anything to add, I don't know.
I don't know if I could have said it better myself. So.
Okay.
Thank you for that input. I have a question. Do you have, I mean, you followed the process correctly. Do you have any idea how much extra time it took to get legislative approval between when your county commission decided to pursue this avenue versus when they could actually get this on the ballot to the people?
Yeah, I guess off the top of my head, it would have been about a year's, because I mean, if we could have just went to the ballot and had a special election in 21, we would have just did that. But since we needed, here again, the legislative approval, by the time we went through the session and then we didn't want to do a special election, so we had to wait till the general election in 22. So I guess theoretically it was about a year process.
Okay, because honestly, that's one of, pardon?
If that answers your question.
Yes, it did, because that's one of the things I'm trying to alleviate by taking a look at this, is just to expedite that local government piece, to where if they see a need within their community, we shouldn't have to go through the legislative process to get legislative permission to ask permission of the voters. If the county commission thinks it's a good idea, I'm just wanting to expedite that process a little bit. Another question, I don't know if you have this quantified or not, but do you have any idea how many extra dollars it cost, and were those volunteer dollars? Or, I mean, as far as getting, I'm not sure if you hired a lobbyist or not, but at what point did it cost extra expense? Obviously, Jonathan, if you had several trips to Topeka, just curious what additional expense it was to you to come up here and get legislative approval.
No, I would say between attorney fees, just to make sure we were kind of looking at the process appropriately. My time, everybody else in our group's time in the county. I mean, I could see it being anywhere from, I'd say, maybe $30,000 to $40,000 just to kind of get it squared away and put us in a position to ask permission instead of forgiveness.
Thank you, and that does answer my question. Committee, are there any other questions? My last question, I guess, would be, in your experience, having gone through this, and it's relatively fresh in your mind, is there anything that we could have done along this process to help expedite, or any anything that we could have improved from your perspective?
Oh, I mean, the only thing that would come to mind is just that that process we went through for that clarification or asking permission to do this in Wilson County without jeopardizing either hospital's city sales tax revenue. I think that'd be the biggest piece, because that ate up most of the time with our activities on it.
Well, thank you, committee. Any final questions? I want to thank you both for coming and sticking with us. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, so I hope that didn't cramp your style this afternoon, but thank you so much for sharing your experience with the committee. We appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Committee, our next conferee is also via WebEx. Do we have Janelle Dockendorf with us?
Honorable Chair and committee members, hi, Janelle Dockendorf, Dickinson County Administrator. And on behalf of the Dickinson County Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding streamlining the local sales tax. So I had submitted to Eddie kind of the project that we were working on, but I thought I would touch on the timeline because that seemed to be very important. And I know that that affected us. We requested Senator Clay's take to the Senate Tax Committee. We asked him to introduce a bill on our behalf, and it was introduced on 131. Then in February, we sent letters of support from our local first responders, which would include law enforcement, EMS, and fire. And then the Senate Assessment and Tax Committee held a hearing on March 2nd, which I came to Topeka along with my emergency manager and provided testimony on that. It moved through the process, went to House Taxation, and then it passed the legislatures on the 27th of April with the governor signing it on May 10th and taking effect on July 1st. So with the timeline that we were looking at and the cost to hold a special election, the county commission determined it would be best to hold this on our general election on November 7th. As for us, we were asking for a dedicated sales tax for public safety projects. We have a road and bridge safety, or a road and bridge sales tax dedicated specifically to road and bridges. And then we have our general sales tax for the counties. So that's one of the reasons why we needed to come before the legislature and ask permission to add the additional sales tax. So this is something that we have been working on for quite a few years and trying to set money aside. And we felt that the sales tax would be the best way to do this. And moving through the process, we would appreciate if we had the opportunity to have that authorization at the local level. It would certainly make the process go quicker on our end. We could have possibly held a special election if we so chose, depending on the cost of holding it in the spring and moving forward and starting to collect the sales tax for this project. Estimated costs, like you had asked the other conferees, I would say we were well within that $40,000 mark between the time that it took us for the meetings that we had, the travel time, things like that, easily that amount of time and cost for us. So that really is all I have. Do you have any questions for me?
No, and you get the benefit of going last, so you heard all the other questions, and you did a great job of addressing that. My question was, of that $40,000, was any of that taxpayer money?
That would have been towards salaries, and so yes, it would have. Some of it would have been taxpayer money.
Senator Tyson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Janelle. You know, this came up in the Senate Tax Committee, and I guess, I don't understand why you guys didn't use the ARPA money since this was such an urgent issue and you weren't considering, you wouldn't have had to have an election. I mean, I just don't understand. It seems conflicting. I'm sorry. I know we're not debating the bill, but we are looking at trying to expedite and allow counties to have more oversight without the legislature being involved. And that's just one of the questions that came up when you did come to the legislature. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee,
Chairman?
or, yes, go ahead.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please, if you would mind addressing that.
Sure. The ARPA money that we received was $3 million, and several of those dollars were dedicated for our courthouse to make it safe and secure. But $1 million of it also went to 2 of our local school districts to address the childcare issue in our county. So we allocated money through our community foundation to build a facility in conjunction with the school district that they would then manage childcare centers for us, early learning child care centers. They would have the means to do that with their personnel. They would have the food service there in hand. They could be open Monday through Friday from 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening, all year long. And we thought that was an urgent need.
Committee, any further questions? Janelle, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your time this afternoon. And again, I know we're running a little bit late, so I hope that didn't impact your schedule negatively, but thank you so much for your time and addressing the committee.
Thank you.
Committee, our next conferee would like to welcome Amy Kramer with Department of Revenue on the local sales tax, kind of the administrative process.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Amy Kramer. I'm with the Department of Revenue, and you should have a one-page sheet with a couple attachments for me. The local sales tax is the Department of Revenue is required by state statute to administer the local sales taxes on behalf of the cities and counties that levy those taxes. And how they notify us, that's all in KSH, it's in Chapter 12, in 189 and 191. And how we get that information is the cities and counties are directed to provide us a certified copy of the ordinance or the resolution authorizing those taxes within 30 days after they adopt the ordinance. And then the statute directs us to publish those within 30 days after we received them, and they are effective the calendar quarter 90 days after we get the notice, okay, which is a little kludgy maybe. So practically how that works is instead of going forward, we go backwards. That the city has to give us at least 90 days advanced notice, because alternatively, we are required to give the business community at least 60-day notice. That's in state statute as well as part of the streamlined sales tax agreement. So the businesses have time to update their systems, et cetera. So practically, according to the statute, we have a local sales tax can only be implemented at the start of a calendar quarter with a calendar quarter advanced notice. And so after we get those and have reviewed them, again, so the deadlines are January 1st, April 1st, et cetera, for the preceding calendar quarter. We provide to the taxpayers, to the business community, a couple things. We have a document called Publication 1700 that lists every jurisdiction in the state and the combined rate, state, city, county special for all of those jurisdictions. The special districts have the address range that's associated with that. We also provide something called EDU 96, which I did provide the last 2 of those as an attachment. And those show show the last 2 quarters changes, the cities, the counties, any new special districts, any special districts that we changed the rate. We had to update the address range. We had one in July that terminated, that went back to just Dodge City. I can answer any questions about those. We're working on January's at the moment. We also provide a database to the retailers that interfaces with their point of sale systems, so that they can update those. We have an online, you can type in your address and it'll return the address. We do that in conjunction. Those are a couple things we do in conjunction with the Kansas Geological Surveys, our contractor. It is not required by statute that we, I guess, provide some additional assistance to some of the local governments. But I do have kind of a master list of which cities have met their 10 years or, whatever time frame they put on those sales taxes. And if it's getting close, within about a year, then I give them a courtesy call. Are you aware that your sales tax is soon to expire? Is this something that you want to sunset? Are you looking at putting it on the ballot? On those, as I'm sure you're aware, the local elections, there's not a state sort of repository for the locals to report those to the Secretary of State. So I monitor those elections as best I can within the county websites, and some of the cities and counties will give me a heads up that they're having an election. So the day after the election, that's what I'll be doing in the morning, is checking the news media statewide and the county clerk's websites for election results, and hopefully it says sales tax, not special question. So that's really, really briefly. The big one is always April, because the earliest you can enact a sales tax following the November general election is April, to fit that 90-day window. So April's always big. July, I went ahead and included July just because it shows kind of a more representative sample of the kinds of things that we implement every quarter as we provide that service to the locals.
I just want to start off with a few questions. You're talking about the process as far as, a city passes an ordinance, they get that to you. What kind of checks and balances do you just go through the maximum that like the 3%, the 2%, the things that they fall under, that they don't have to come to the legislature for approval? You just kind of check those against the statute, make sure everything.
The cities and the counties the cities have a 3% cap, and we only have a handful of cities that are really over that 2%. So if they're gonna go over 3%, and I think I only have, I think, 4 cities that are at 3% right now, and I know they have specials, and I have a master list, and I'll check that they're within those, and then as well as the counties, and to make sure that they're, so when I get those ordinances and get the resolutions, I always ask for the ballot results. And again, we review those ordinances to make sure that they're in compliance to what they have statutory authorization for.
Okay. My question with that is, I'm not sure how the best way to kind of streamline this a little bit more. We probably can't get rid of everything, but, do we just increase those limit levels? And I was just curious what kind of workload, like if a county, if they're at 1% right now, without statutory authority, if we would increase that to 2%, what does that look like on your end as far as the workload and what you would have to kind of cross-reference that with to approve that?
I don't know that it would add to our workload, because it really depends on really, I mean, it's really just coding and, I mean, it's just kind of a standard procedure. Just, I mean, if we had more, then, you know, there would just be a little more work to code it. I don't know that it adds any more work than what we're already doing. And honestly, the special, just a citywide sales tax change is a lot less work than, for example, what we have to do to implement a community improvement district or a star bond district.
Sure, okay. Maybe I should have asked research this, but I'll put you on the spot.
Okay.
What's the history? I mean, have those rates changed over the years? Were they at lower points and they got increased as more cities and counties adopted sales taxes?
I don't know the details offhand, but when I look at, I have a giant filing cabinet with 50 years worth, well, not 50, but 40-some years worth of local sales taxes. And in the 80s, they were all general sales taxes. And somewhere in the late 80s, early 90s is when the transition was made to especially on the county level, having those special dedicated county sales taxes. And I would have to go back and look and see when that legislation, when those changes occurred.
And one of the situations kind of brought this to my mind. I can't remember how long it's been, but there was a situation, I think it was in Finney County several years ago, where one kind of slipped through the cracks. They actually had the election, if I remember right, before they had the statutory authority. Can you give us a little bit of a scenario of what happened in that? What can we improve in our process here to avoid from that happening again? I don't know if it was just confusion with all the different statutes that were out there, but
It was just.
I think they're.
Right.
It was Garden City, actually.
Mm-hmm. And I don't remember the details, and I know on our end, we needed to do a better job of making sure that Finney County had, you know, Finney County provided me the documentation that they had an election, and we needed to add a step to make sure that they had that they had that authority to hold that election, which come to find out they didn't. And there has been a little bit of transition because the Horse Thief Reservoir, that Horse Thief Reservoir special that Eddie mentioned, was in 4 counties, and they paid that debt service off and then sunset that tax in the last couple years. And I know that it was Ford County and Garden City had elections to basically backfill that, to keep the tax rate the same by backfilling that reduction with either a countywide or a city tax. And so Finney County, I'm a little fuzzy on the timing on all of that.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of people, a lot of very smart legal minds that that's one of those situations. I think it was interpreted one way and it just fell through the cracks just because of the timing.
And we do have multiple spreadsheets, and we do try to keep track of where everybody's at. Are there going to be mistakes on occasion? Yes.
Committee, are there any questions regarding the administrative process for sales tax? Seeing none, thank you for that presentation, Amy. And we'll go back to Eddie for our last.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another set of slides in front of you there that was designed to kind of incorporate what I anticipated being all of the things that would come up for this discussion, just to help tie loose ends together and make sure things didn't get lost. And I've got it labeled local sales tax authorization, simplification, key issues. Because obviously, and the one thing that I forgot to include in this that occurred to me, thankfully Adam mentioned it to me back there as we were going through the hearing, is do we just need to raise the rate caps? Because that's obviously a piece of this. Some of these, do counties just need additional baseline statutory authority? And in certain instances, that would address the genesis of the bills that come before you, is just not needing that special statutory authority to go up whatever additional, quarter of a cent or whatever they want to. So, but it's such a straightforward thing that I failed to include a slide on it. So I want to mention that before I start walking through. And the first thing that I have a slide for, though, is something that Amy got at quite a bit, and just the centralization of the repository of these actions. Would it benefit the process if there was some sort of statutory provision providing that upon the conclusion of these elections, the certification of the election results, the local entities are required to notify the Department of Revenue, to take that off of Amy's plate in terms of just monitoring as best as possible that there's kind of a lack of formal, statutorily required central repository of these taxes and their election requirements, and to the extent that the policy would be a pivot away from legislative authorization of specific ones to a more generalized process, that would seem to be something that would dramatically benefit the process. And obviously the Department of Revenue would probably want to fill in as far as the specifics of that would be. But I would stand for a question there if there was one.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it may be for Amy, but so if nobody's really overseeing this, who is making sure that the counties and cities are in compliance as to where the money's being spent? Because there are some restrictions on those tax dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's anybody who, monitors what the counties do with that funds once they go back to them, unless Amy wants to say that they do it. But obviously, within certain.
Our responsibility is to administer the local sales tax, and then any funds, the state of Kansas doesn't retain any of those funds for administrative. That's a service that's provided to the local governments. And then once we distribute those local funds back to the local governments, then it is their responsibility to appropriately to budget those funds as directed in all of those sales taxes, with the exception of the specials, are there by election. And again, it's local funds that we're only collecting and then send back to them on their behalf.
Yeah, and if I could just follow up on the senator, that's an excellent question. That's one of the premises that I've been following. Is I've heard a lot of accusations. I don't necessarily know that they've ever been followed up, but maybe, for instance, whether it's EMS or hospital or waste management or 911 systems for the sheriff's office, these elections have passed based on these criteria. And then there's some accusations that, well, they're making more money than they need to, so now they're using that sales tax money that's supposed to be dedicated for this purpose, and they're using it in other situations. Who has accountability for that? Is that the county's auditor that say, hey, this money's only supposed to be going for this? Is it up to a taxpayer to file a lawsuit or something against the local government to say, hey, you're supposed to be spending this money per the vote of the people? This is what it's supposed to be for, and we're spending it for other reasons now. That's a big question I've had, especially with some of these older provisions, to where maybe the money that it was bringing in when it was first implemented matched the need. Now, maybe we're 10, 15, 20 years later, and the money is a little bit different. And maybe that goes back to the 10-year sunset, where they have to be renewed and make sure. But yeah, some type of accountability or oversight, I think, is definitely necessary in these situations.
Yeah, it might be the case that the order of the slides the order of these items was just not ideal, because the very last slide that I have, other than the contact information that our template automatically populates, is the idea of some sort of taxpayer recourse. And, you know, at its core, the legislative authorization of this is basically a check and balance on the front end. You know, it's a prior restraint of the local government. And so if you were going to do something to repeal that particular check and balance on the state government system, the state and political subdivision government system, does replacing it with some check and balance that is more effective and less burdensome would be ideal, makes sense. And so the only thing that I included as a bullet on this, just because I have heard it mentioned, and for the life of me, I cannot remember who mentioned this to me, that the idea of, we created 2.5 years ago in the revenue neutral rate hearing process, a special taxpayer appeal to the Board of Tax Appeals. I don't think I want to call it a complaint procedure, but a special procedure that makes that easier for taxpayers to have someone take a look that might have some sort of oversight. And would that be an easy enough model to track along with? Would that be? But this also raises something that I brought up in two other slides. I have one labeled "Purpose of the Tax." I think that the chair just referenced that you know, how much specificity in the ballot question for purpose of the tax is appropriate, and do we have any way of monitoring that? You know, obviously when it's a general purpose sales tax, there's no issue, right? But to the extent that a ballot question includes specificity of what the purpose of the tax is, how do the taxpayers, how do they become, you know, get their guarantee that what they voted for is what the tax is being used for? Also, is there some way to almost provide like an evergreening of the language in those? Because it might be the case, and I'm trying to come up with a good example, and nothing comes to mind immediately, but you know, a sales tax passed in the 1980s, the ballot question may have referenced technology that is fully obsolete right now, and you couldn't even find it to spend the money on if you wanted to. That sort of thing may come up. Obviously, typically these ballot questions say things like, they use very broad evergreen language, like courthouse, law enforcement center, jail, et cetera, and they list the full gamut of things that might be described as that. But sometimes they might be a little more specific. And it's something that as you're going to consider a policy change like this, you would want to consider how to deal with that issue. And I also listed the issue of future tax rate changes. Generally speaking, current law provides for any changes to the tax rate or a repeal of the tax to be adopted by the same method as the initial adoption. And is it the case that you would want to allow maybe to specify in the ballot language that the county commission or city council, whatever the governing body is, could have authority to reduce it from the initially authorized rate if 10 years down the line there's more economy of scale for whatever it was that was a novel purchase on the front end? If it turns out that in Dickinson County, they don't need the same amount of tax revenue to pay for their emergency communication system 5 years from now as they do today, would it make sense to authorize the Dickinson County commissioners to say, you know what, we needed a half cent then, we only need a quarter cent now? And to do that without having to take it back as a vote, if it's a tax reduction, at least, type of concern. And the department may have something to say administratively about what procedure they would need if that were going to be an option, because obviously there would still be a timing component. The county commission couldn't say, do this tomorrow and snap their fingers, you know. So now that I've gone completely out of order, I had a slide mentioning the ballot language requirements, and do you want form ballot language? Do you want some specific requirements as it relates to ballot language? You know, generally speaking, anything other than a general purpose tax has to be specified, but getting that exactly right and what the statutory requirements associated with this can be difficult. Do you want to include a requirement that the ballot language include the purpose of the tax, the timing of the tax, the apportionment of the tax, anything else that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head? And then the other thing that I mentioned, the only other slide I have is apportionment, because of course the rate changes, and when I say apportionment, I think other people use the phrase dedicated for this. You know, the rate changes are only one half of what comes to you in those bills frequently. The other is to authorize it to be a dedicated tax. And so do you want to authorize some way to provide for countywide taxes to be dedicated for a specific purpose without getting a special legislative authorization for that dedication? Obviously, if it was going to be, you would probably want to, at the very least, include that clarity in the ballot language. Do you want to limit the instances in which a dedicated tax is available, or is it everything other than general purpose? You know, those are the sorts of things you would want to consider. And then, of course, the other thing is, you know, right now we kind of have two apportionment scenarios. There's the baseline formula, and then there's the fully dedicated. Do you want to consider authorizing, and Kathleen and Amy may be shaking their heads no behind me, but do you want to consider authorizing the creation of some alternative apportionment methodology, or is that just a bad idea that I came up with because I'm listing all of the possible ideas that have been brought before the legislature in recent years? Obviously, that would have a substantial administrative impact if there were anything other than those two, but it might be something that you're wanting to look at to the extent that you're wanting to look at the broad range of local sales tax issues. And so even though I've now gone totally out of order, I do think I've touched on everything that is in this presentation, and so I would happily stand for questions, but by and large, my presentation was questions for you, so.
Yes, committee, are there any questions? I think the main intent was just how can we simplify this process? How can we make it easier? Because one thing that none of us have touched on is sometimes the politics that gets into this and how these bills are fairly straightforward bills, but then they get wrapped up in other policy that might get lost. Full discourse here, when I was a brand new legislator, I had a county in my district that came in, were wanting to do a law enforcement center. That bill got introduced within the first week. We went through the process, and in the end, it kind of got wrapped up in a big tax package bill, which failed. And, you know, that community had a lot of support for that. And it pushed that process back another year because it took another year to get the legislative authorization for that. So sometimes the politics kind of comes into play here. And that's why I was curious when we had our conferees, the local conferees, you know, how much quicker how much more responsive could you be to these projects or the community needs if the legislative authority was not in place? Now, I don't think we need to completely eliminate legislative authority in certain situations, because I think some situations require due diligence and taking a look at that. But I was just wanting to look and see if there are ways that we can improve and kind of streamline this process for general purposes. But if there are define general is what Representative Wassinger says. That's the problem with a lot of these issues. The simple isn't always simple. But I think that concludes, unless there are further questions, that concludes that portion of the testimony. And we will move on to our next topic, which is the entity-based sales tax exemptions. And turn back to Eddie for the marathon of his presentations today. Thank you for your patience and working through all this.
I'm happy to. This is the last leg for me, though, so I'm feeling good about that. This is a topic, and it might be a little bit challenging to discuss this until we get to about the third or fourth slide in here, because the idea is that there are a lot of specific named or specifically described nonprofit type entities within the sales tax code that have specified exemptions. And the proposal that the chair had asked me to kind of describe and put into some context and come up with a list of things that would need to be considered and looked at, and then work with the Department of Revenue to get their input in terms of all of the administrative considerations that would need to go into something like this, is the idea of replacing those or some subset of those with a new system that would provide for an annual fee for exemption type of process, to where the entities wouldn't have a named specific exemption, but there would be a generally applicable to the class sales tax exemption that a fee would entitle them to, and then what that fee would be its own hurdle that we'll talk about a little bit in here as well. But just to start with is some context. The Kansas retail sales tax was enacted in 1937, and I actually happened to be looking at the 1937 Act for a totally unrelated request relatively recently, and I happened to, my eyes caught Section 6, which is why 3606 is the exemption section, and my eyes caught that section in the statute because it was so short. In 1937, it was one paragraph. It made up about a quarter of a page, and it contained exactly 4 sales tax exemptions. The sales of items that were otherwise specifically taxed, like motor fuels, things like that, they weren't subject to the sales tax. Sales to the state and political subdivisions, sales that by virtue of the U.S. or Kansas constitutions legally could not be taxed, and then sales performed in the contract for public works. So that was the entirety of the subsection or of the section of law that became KSA 793606 when it was enacted in 1937. And so if you fast forward now to 2023, I tried to print this off of the reviser's website, and I could have. I mean, you can print it. It's 30 pages long if you try to print that subsection off of the reviser's website. I'm not sure exactly how long it is. I think it's about 47 pages or so when it gets printed in bill form now for the legislature. Those 4 subsections have become 92 subsections, and obviously some of those 92 subsections have numerous specific exemptions listed within them. But at this point, I provided a couple of attachments for this presentation. One of those is from the most recent tax expenditure report that the department publishes on an annual basis, and that's the list of the tax exemptions and their fiscal impact, and this is fiscal year 2022 data. And so kind of the important thing to note here is that even though we have 92 of these subsections, many, maybe I should say most of them have no or a negligible fiscal impact. So it's probably not a good idea to be thinking that there's money to be found in the sales tax exemption game, especially because even though if you turn to the very back page of this, it indicates that there's a little over $8 billion in sales tax exemptions. If you turn to the second page, you can see that almost $5.5 billion of that is conceptual exemptions that really result in us having a retail sales tax exemption as opposed to a value-added tax, kind of just the way that laws become more technically complex over time. And then if you turn to, what page does the governmental exemptions end on? It looks like it's it's page 21 of the paginated document, which means it's probably about page 8 of my printout here. The governmental exemptions total $1.4 billion. And so that's kind of, 2 of those first 3 bullet points that we had at the outset make up the vast majority of the money that's in the sales tax exemption. So there's not solutions to any real or perceived state fiscal problems in sales tax exemptions at large. Obviously, there is some money in certain exemptions, but there have been times in the past where there's been a belief that we could raise state revenues by multiple billions of dollars and have all of our tax rates by virtue of repealing exemptions. And the reality is that unless your goal there also includes transitioning from a retail sales tax to a value-added tax, like more akin to the style that is present in many European countries, then that just isn't a possibility. But the concept, so I'm turning on to my slide 3, and I already gave a little bit of overview of that, is that there are still an issue of naming entities, and how can you name some when you don't name all, especially when they seem like they're the exact same entity, but for maybe the city they're located in or something like that. And so the policy proposal, and this would be easier if we had draft legislation, and it's possible that maybe we could down the line, but for now you're really just talking through, imagine this slide is a bill, or the peanut of a bill, and it's to replace the current sales tax exemptions for nonprofit entities with a fee-based annual application for a sales tax exemption. Obviously, any then eligible entity could apply. The fee in this proposal would vary kind of based upon the size of the entity, and I'll talk about that as we get along. And then from there on, in this slide deck, everything I have is kind of the key policy questions that you would need to consider as you are working your way through a policy like that if you chose to do so. And so the first policy question that I flagged kind of has three possibilities that I've lined out for it. There might be other possibilities that I didn't think of, and that is what would be the entities that would be eligible for this in the first place? Would it be literally any not-for-profit corporation? Would it be limited to not-for-profit entities? Would they be required to be exempt from the federal income tax pursuant to Section 501? 501A is what actually exempts. C is the list of entities that are exempt. So it's always, phrasing that is always a little tricky, but pursuant to 501, or would they have to be 501c3? C3 is of course the kind of charitable purpose entities, but there's C1 through, I don't actually even know how expansive the federal tax code is, that provides for other federally income tax exempt entities, and you would need to consider, is it only C3s that you would want to be eligible for this, or are there other subsections there, C1s, C2s, C4s, C5s, et cetera, that you would want to be eligible for this kind of fee-based system? So that's kind of the threshold question number one. A policy question number two that you would have to consider is what sales would actually be exempt pursuant to this new fee-based exemption. Under the current sales tax exemptions, there are several different types of exemptions. One is purchases by the exempt entity or purchases on behalf of the exempt entity. Sometimes it's actually the sales by the exempt entity. The thing that comes to my mind is Boy Scout popcorn and Girl Scout cookies. It's kind of the sales by the entity, not the purchases that are thereafter as it relates to those exemptions. And also the question is, under certain statutes, there are project exemption certificates that are authorized. And so which of those would be authorized to be exempt? And then obviously it could be a totally different approach where the organization in applying for the exemption kind of gets to pick or choose which of those would apply for it. But then at that point you need to kind of evaluate if they're getting to pick and choose from a smorgasbord of exemption options, is there a different fee for those different exemption options? And so that's just something you would have to consider as it relates to the actual policy of implementing a broader concept like this. Policy question three is maybe the thing that has the most, is where the kind of rubber meets the road as it relates to this policy. And that is, what would the fee actually be? Representative Smith asked me in preparing this to pull together some information on IRS Form 990 and just the idea of that being the basis for the fee. I've provided copies of IRS's Form 990, which is, of course, that's the name for the income tax return for organizations that are exempt from income tax. Individuals Form 1040 is your income tax return. This is kind of akin, the analog form for exempt organizations. If you turn to page, trying to find it, it is, I believe it's actually, it's part 8 of that, so it starts on page 9. That walks you through the statement of revenue for the 4 entities. And so presumably if you were wanting to do this on the basis of the size of the entity, you would want to look at their revenue, and I believe it is line 12 on part 8 gets to the total revenue, but then total revenue can be split out by the column A, the column B, which is related or exempt function revenue, unrelated business revenue. There's a lot of accounting that goes into this, and that's the sort of decision that you would have to ultimately make were you to implement a policy like this, is what is the right line and column to be the basis for the fee. And then obviously the fee would be some percentage or fraction of a percent of that revenue. You're not gonna say all revenue, obviously. And then another question, I'm not sure if I got this into a bullet point for the policy question, I probably meant to, is if this is an entity that has a small presence in Kansas, are you still going to base the fee upon their entire national revenue picture, or do you need to come up with some sort of multi-state apportionment system, and if so, what does that entail? Or do you want it to be based upon the total, and that way it would, in essence, benefit those entities that have a larger presence in Kansas? And then the latter two, the second bullet point that I have here, not the Well, actually, I'm going to back up a couple. I have a few sub bullet points there. I already talked about which column and line. The next question is, would you want to entertain the idea of the fee being floored or capped? You know, if the calculation works out that their fee is $3.81, I mean, what are we doing there, you know? Conversely, if the calculation works out that their fee is $10 million, is that really how you want this to play out? And so you might want to consider the idea of no matter what, the fee is at least $10, and no matter what the fee is at most, X dollars, and I'm not even going to say X because I don't know what a viable number is there. And then the other thing is there are lots of entities that are exempt from taxation pursuant to Section 501 of the Internal Revenue Code that are not actually required to file a Form 990. And so I provided 2 pages from the instructions for Form 990, pages 3 and 4, and that includes a list of all of the organizations that are not required to, or the types of organizations that are not required to file Form 990s. They broadly lump them into certain religious organizations, certain governmental organizations, certain political organizations, and then certain organizations with limited receipts. So, and then also if they file a different type of annual return in lieu of a 990. So those are kind of the 5 or 6 categories of these organizations. So the 990 approach might work for many charitable nonprofit entities. Does it work for everybody? Would you have a fee for these entities, or would you just be waiving it for them? That's the sort of policy decision you would have to make if you were to pursue 990 revenue as a basis for a fee. But the second bullet point there probably gets to maybe a more important policy question for you there is what is your actual object of your fee that you're charging here? Is the object to simply finance the administrative costs that the Department of Revenue would have to administer annual applications and working through Form 990s to see what the fee amount is and approving those applications and issuing those exemptions? Or is the object of the fee to partially offset the lost revenue associated with the new exemption itself? Because obviously, presumably this would open up the door, at least, to new organizations, new entities being exempt. There would be a state fiscal impact of that. What that state fiscal impact is would presumably be very dependent upon the actual fee and the exact parameters that you laid out for it, how expansive it is. But are you worried about that as it relates to the fees, or are you just going to say the state's going to eat it on the cost of the fiscal impact, but we do want to pay for our administrative cost of running sales tax exemptions this way? And so that's an important bullet point, I think, for the entire fee discussion. And then the last bullet point is, would the fee be reduced or waived if, I believe that's supposed to say, if a percent of the organization's revenue comes from public sources. You might remember that there were 4 bullet points at the very beginning that were exempt all the way back to 1937, a contract for public works. Some organizations, much of their revenue is from the government, in essence. And so then at that point, is it basically the government taxing itself if it's really just a not-for-profit entity that is carrying out the purposes of the government? And so that's the idea there that you would want to discuss and consider. And obviously, you could do it in different ways. So then the last 2 that I have here are kind of policy questions. The first one maybe is more administrative in nature than a policy question in nature, and that is, what would be the time frame for implementing these new exemptions? There's 2 different issues there, and revenue is going to, Kathleen will speak to this, but I just want to make sure you're aware that these issues are out there. The first of which is onlining this new system. This is a whole new idea. And the second of them, and so what's the time frame for doing that? The second is the individual applications for the exemptions. If an entity applies, let's say we're able to have this new system online by January 1 of 2028. I don't know if that's a reasonable time frame or not. But if an entity applies on October 15th of 2028, when would their new exemption be effective for? That sort of thing is the issue. And would it be effective immediately upon approval? Would revenue approve all of these effective for a date certain, like a January 1 of the following year? And if so, if it's immediately upon approval, do you prorate the fee for the portion of the year, that sort of thing? You just have to keep those in mind, but it's not actually a difficult decision once you get there, but make sure you don't lose track of it. And then kind of a key question as it relates to that is, to the extent that this is linked to a fraction of the revenue of the Form 990, when are those actually available in a finalized format, or do they sometimes get revised? Obviously, it's hard to imagine this happening, but it could be conceivable that an organization has their initial Form 990, they apply for an exemption, but then it turns out, and I want to be clear, I'm not saying turns out through tax evasion, but turns out through just the reality of revisions to IRS tax forms that happen, that they might have actually had substantially more revenue at a later, they determine upon further accounting. That's something you just have to keep in mind. And then the last policy question, and this is probably the one that most people listening to are concerned with, is if you're going to repeal existing exemptions and replace it with this, which existing exemptions are you going to repeal, and which what would be the time frame for repealing those exemptions? Those are kind of part and parcel of the same thing, but there are kind of three bullet points that are obvious possibilities there. And one of those is would it be only those exemptions that are specifically for named entities? We have if you look at, it starts on what is page 17 in the tax expenditure report, which I believe is in essence the fourth page of the document. That's a whole subset of them that are exemptions to charitable organizations by name. But if you flip back 2 pages to page 15, there are charitable, religious, and benevolent organizations, which are in essence not named entities, but they're described entities. So would your consideration for repealed exemptions include the described entities, or would it just be the named entities? And then also a third possibility is if you flip back into some of the consumer exemptions, there are instances in which things are available to be exempt that are benefiting the purchaser, but only to the extent that they're purchased from nonprofit entities. And so that's the other thing you would have to give a little consideration. Would you want to include those sorts of exemptions as well? And with that, I don't know that I really have any answers to questions. The point of me talking through this was to kind of lay out the idea and then what questions would have to be asked, but I would happily try to stand for whatever questions you all might have.
Thank you, Eddie, and thank you for entertaining this idea. I knew when I kind of brought this forward, this would be a heavy lift, and there would be a lot of details to work through. I don't expect this committee to come up with the answers to all of those questions. Ultimately, I was just trying to figure out a process to where we avoid the current process that we have of picking winners and losers, and it's the people that have the ability to hire a lobbyist and come up here and push for their cause. It really creates a lot of discrepancy on how the sales tax exemptions are applied. And when I was considering that, you could do one of two things to really simplify that. Either nobody gets an exemption or everybody gets an exemption. And, to answer the one question, I can't remember where it was, maybe number 3, the fee, my idea of having a fee to kind of offset that was I'm not sure what the total fiscal note would be if you gave every single 501c3 a sales tax exemption. But the fee was an idea to help offset the lost revenue there, but still have it be a low enough fee to where it's advantageous if the organization still wants the benefit of that tax exemption. They can still realize a little bit of savings rather than losing their complete exemption. But as Eddie very adequately went through, there's a lot of questions to answer if we're going to go down that route. Maybe it's just a flat fee. Maybe it's something tied to the 990. My original thought with that is, we've got organizations that are anywhere from $1,000 or $5,000 or hundreds of thousands of dollars. How do we make that fair to everybody? Because in essence, that's what the problem I'm trying to solve here is, how do we make the sales tax exemption process fair and uniform? Not that we've heard those words today yet. I kind of vaguely, I don't know. Anyway, but I'm happy to entertain any discussion, any questions you have for Eddie. Any ideas or thoughts regarding his presentation and some of these questions that he's?
Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Yeah, I do have a question. Do any other states do it this way? This is kind of a new concept to me. Just Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, this is Eddie, not that I am aware of. I can't say with certainty, but I can't find any that do. In terms of the fee-based system is what I mean.
Yeah, and I'll echo that too, Representative Sawyer. In my studying to try to find some model legislation to steal, I couldn't find anybody else that did it this way either.
Okay. Yeah, it's a novel idea. I just had not heard of it before. All right, thanks.
Any further questions, committee? Seeing none, we will, thank you, Eddie, and we will move on to Kathleen Smith with Department of Revenue and her presentation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kathleen Smith with the Kansas Department of Revenue. You've heard a lot of history from Eddie, and I'm just going to give you a little bit more, which you may be aware of already. Prior to 1970, the Kansas statutes did exempt from sales tax purchases that were made directly by educational, religious, benevolent, or charitable organizations. However, in 1970, there was a group, a joint committee on the state tax structure that came up with some recommendations, and what they did during their study is they amended the statutes to make purchases by these organizations subject to tax, and that was called the Hodge Report. So in 1970, the sales tax exemption was no longer in place. In 1999, there was legislation passed that would, again, allow for religious organizations to be exempt on their purchases. And then in 2005, we had another council, the Kansas Advisory Council on Intergovernmental Relations, which met and made some policy recommendations to the legislature. A couple of those were, if we were going to put an exemption in place, we were going to make sure that we had a sunset for that exemption. Another recommendation was to replace all named entities with the exemption, or for all like organizations. So if there was one named organization, all of those types of organizations would be exempt, or just repeal the whole exemption. And then another one was to reestablish the policy that all nonprofit or religious organizations pay the sales tax, like the Hodge Report had said back in the 70s. There is a significant number of sales tax exemptions that are provided for these exempt entities, and Eddie kind of went through those, and I'm going to go into just a little bit more detail as well. Qualifications for those exemptions can be complicated. He mentioned buyer on behalf. We've got project exemption certificates. We've got direct purchases of tangible personal property. We have direct purchases of services. So we've got several different things that we're trying to manage, or you as policymakers have to decide what these entities can have as an exemption from sales tax. Many nonprofit organizations allowed a Kansas sales tax exemption must be approved by and registered with the IRS as a 501c3 organization. Our statutes do provide for a lot of those entities within our statutes that have to have this qualification. I talked about this just prior to this. All exempt entities are exempt from sales tax on their direct purchases of tangible personal property. Many, but not all, are exempt from sales tax on their direct purchases of services. So we're treating tangible personal property and services different in some of those cases. And when I said, I should have clarified something, I apologize. I said that all exempt entities are exempt from sales tax on their direct purchases of tangible personal property, except those in statute that only provide for sales by. There are 4 exempt entities or exemptions that are in the statute that the only thing they're qualifying for exemption is the sales that they make. So there's 4 of those. Okay, I'm going to give you the statutory reference, and then we can go back, and I can go back to the statute and give you that. Okay, it's RR, BBB, OOO, and BBBB. Okay. In some instances, the exemption includes purchases made by or on behalf of the organization. So this would allow individuals to go out and make purchases on behalf of that exempt organization. We've also got the ability for contractors to make purchases on behalf of the organization through a project exemption certificate. Then we've also, the last one would be exemptions for some organization that have sales. So any sales made by that organization would be exempt from sales tax. So now on page 2, I give you a little bit of information with regards to the exempt organizations at the federal level. From what I have found, information from the IRS indicates that there are approximately 18,000 exempt organizations in Kansas. Almost 14,000 of those exempt organizations are exempt under 501c3. The religious organizations that are shown in the IRS data are only those with that section 501c3 designation. However, that number is low because the religious organizations are not required to be registered with the IRS as a 501c3. All right, as far as Kansas data, beginning in 2005, there was legislation passed that said that the Kansas Department of Revenue would issue numbered sales tax exemption certificates to exempt entities. What I'm showing you, I'm going to talk about on pages 5 through 13. I'm showing you in these pages the number of tax exempt entity certificates that the department has issued. And again, what we have done is we're trying to kind of show you the number of entities that have 501c3 status required, that are allowed direct purchases of services, that have the ability to buy or on behalf of purchases, if a PEC is allowed, and the organization sales are exempt. So we've tried to list each one of these organizations that we have found, and let me clarify, this is a working document right now. So I'm sure we've probably missed something, but it's a good start anyway. And again, we have not provided on here all of those entities that are exempt on their direct purchases of tangible personal property. Assume that every one of those are one of those, except for the RR, BBB, OOO, and BBB. Can't take it anymore? No.
Kathleen, we do have a question from Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Kathleen. As always, great information. I just want to make sure, so these are only the ones that have certificates issued?
That is correct.
Okay, so like you said, there's probably many more out there. And I'm going to jump a little bit back to what you said about the churches and religious organizations. I'm hearing of some abuse of that, actually, like a bicycling group formed a religious organization and now they're exempt. You're not seeing any of that? Because they don't file.
I'm not, well, not necessarily true. In order to have a sales tax exemption with Kansas, they have to have a tax exempt entity certificate with us, at least to present to the retailer when they are making their purchases. And I know that staff does review each application very carefully to make sure that it meets the requirements that are put forth or that are set forth in the statute.
A little bit of leeway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do know that some are trying to abuse the property tax exemption also I know a minister declared his home, you know, his church, so that he wouldn't pay property taxes. That was years ago, but is that still going on too? That exemption still applies also, doesn't it?
I believe that it does, but I couldn't tell you about any abuse. I would apologize.
No, these are just upset constituents that bring it too. Yeah, but it wasn't in my district.
Okay, so let me go back to the chart on page 5, just to give you an example. Under 3606B, we have political subdivisions, nonprofit hospitals, nonprofit blood banks. We've issued 2,451 exempt entity certificates, so that kind of gives you an idea. On 3606C, nonprofit educational institutions, we've issued 1,178. So that kind of gives you an idea as you go through the exempt entity certificates that we have issued. Page 7, RR, which is one of those ones that are sales. Okay, we've got sales are exempt. We've got that listed in the last column there. And then on the middle of page 7, 3606VV, which is where we have the named entities that qualify for an exemption certificate. And we have just listed those organizations that have been named in that statute, and we've issued 167 exempt entity certificates to those that are under VV. Let me go. Page 10, 3606, AAA, you can see that we've issued almost 4,800 to religious organizations. So that kind of gives you an idea. Right now, we have issued to date probably 11,500 exempt entity certificates. It would probably be more near 15,000, but several are still in the process of renewing their application.
Kathleen, if I could interrupt you just for a moment, that I guess I'm not aware, is once they get their exemption certificate, is that an annual renewal, or is it good for the length of their?
It is good for a period of 4 years.
4 years, okay.
And this next set of exemption certificates is set to expire 10/1 of '24. So at that point in time, the entities will need to come back into the department. They will either present a new application or they'll review their old application and say nothing has changed, and we will then review it and issue, if it's approved, issue a new exemption certificate that would go out another 4 years.
Okay, because one thing I wanted to make sure is we had some consistency if we did adopt legislation that mirrored what currently exists, so we're not just completely upsetting the apple cart. People have a little bit of continuity, and if they're used to a 4-year renewal period, maybe that's what we look at.
Right, right. So that kind of gives you an idea of what we have on the books. And then on page 4 of the document, going back, let's talk about the proposal that was put forth. It concerns replacing the current sales tax exemption for named or described nonprofit entities with a system that allows any member of a defined group of entities to annually pay a fee for a sales tax exemption. So based upon the policy questions that Eddie had forwarded over to me, the Department of Revenue made the following observations regarding the proposal and the policy questions posed. The first bullet, as indicated by the table that we have provided, there is complexity of current law, and there's a probable need or a possible need for simplification, uniformity, consistency, just based upon how each exemption is lined out, whether they have buyer in behalf of, whether we have PECs allowed, different things like that. Maybe standardizing both an entity's qualification for exemption and the type of the extent of the exemption would benefit us, the public. If complete uniformity for all entities cannot be achieved, certain carve-outs or exemptions could be allowed for these subcategories of entities. The second bullet point, based upon the number of exempt entity certificates that we do issue, imposing a fee will add a level of complexity. We do have a web application for our tax-exempt entities right now where they can actually go in electronically and enter their information. That application or that web application would need to be updated to allow for the payment of that fee. If we do move to an annual reissuance, agency staff would need to be increased. Right now, we've got probably 1.5 people that actually oversee this program. Now, when we renew, we have to pull in additional people to help with the renewal process. But right now, it's about 1.5 people that actually handle the questions and the applications that come in every year. Should a fee be imposed upon the application for a tax-exempt entity certificate and be based on revenue reported to the IRS? Again, based upon what Eddie has provided, some of these entities that are filing information with the IRS do not have to give any gross receipts. So we'd have to figure out a way that we could get that information from the organization. And I'm not sure what that would be. There's many organizations, I think, that have less than $50,000 in gross receipts. They're filling out a postcard, which has no money numbers on it at all. And I'm not sure how many do file that postcard with the IRS. Imposing uniquely determined fee amounts for each organization could be burdensome, and auditing for enforcing compliance would be difficult. So if we base it on revenues, that's going to require a lot more oversight from our staff in determining whether that information is correct or what the fee should actually be based upon the receipts that they have. Just another level of complexity. With regards to implementing this program, I believe that the Department of Revenue would request at least 1.5 years to implement any changes. And as I had said before, the current exempt entity certificates that we have in place will expire on 10/1/24. So depending on when you wanted to move forward, if you decided to move forward, we'd probably need to extend those for a period of time. And then the last thing, if you do wish to move forward with this framework, we would welcome a draft of the proposal, of the proposed program to conduct a more thorough review. I can't give you an actual cost for the administrative impact until we can figure out exactly where you want to go with this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Kathleen. Committee, are there any questions? Yes, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your presentation. Could you, just a couple of quick questions. Could you tell me of the religious organizations, it's almost 4,800, how many of those are actual churches, or are they like churches that may have schools or colleges, or could you speak to that?
We could get down to that level of detail, but we would have to, it would probably be a manual process. Okay. So if you would like for us to do that, we would be more than happy to.
Let me just follow up with this maybe. How many, are all of those religious organizations, do they have determination letters, or are some of them self-declared in that number?
I believe that the religious organizations requires a 501c3 status. Now that could, again, they don't have to come into the IRS to get that exempt status. So there could be some, I'd have to check with our people that actually review the applications, whether they look for a 501c3 declaration from the IRS, or whether we would grant that without it.
Something that's come to my attention is that Kansas has a lot of small churches, and many of them are self-declared, so they don't have determination letters. And sometimes in the process, and I could name several, people have had issues in being able to get sales tax exemption through the state of Kansas because they don't have a determination letter. And determination letters are not, churches are exempt if they are under the 14 criteria that the IRS has. And so I was just curious about that number, what that would be. But that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, and I understand, there's in a small rural community like I'm from, we have a lot of organizations that properly, they function as a 501c3. I mean, they're doing all the same services, but the paperwork that they'd have to go through to file the 501c3, the paperwork and the effort that would go into the sales tax exemption, it's not worth it. And, whether it's a museum, I can think of a multitude of small entities in my county, my community, that fully qualify, but it's just not worth their time and effort to do so. So there's probably a lot of organizations out there. I'm not sure, you said it would be a manual. How intensive would that be? Would it be?
Well, we'd have to look at each of those 4,800 entities. Right now, the way they apply is based upon the statutory site. So they would be looking at AAA, and that's how they would apply. So we've got all of the organizations by 3606 AAA. So then we would have to go in and look at each organization.
Senator Cluse.
Maybe just to follow up, I'm curious whether or not when churches, they have to sign up with the Kansas Secretary of State. I'm wondering, and I haven't looked into this, just thinking about it. Do they have to say whether or not they hold a determination letter on their site and their information when they apply, or do they just apply in general as a church? And like I said earlier, many churches are not, don't hold determination letters, they're self-declared. So that might be an avenue that you could look at to save time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Committee, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Kathleen, for the information and the details. And I think we'll follow up if we need anything further from you. We'll see if we can get that either by session or whenever it's handy.
Thank you.
Sometimes when I'm running the House committee, it gets close to that 5 o'clock time frame, and I have committee members that are looking at their watch and they're wondering, man, how's he going to get us out of here on time? But I guess I just wanted to briefly have a discussion, first of all, on our calendar. We have one more meeting that is authorized, and I would like to see if there are probably end of October, first part of November, to have our second and final meeting. Are there dates? This is a Monday. Do Mondays work for folks? Do Fridays work? Middle of the week? Wanted to do what was most convenient for everyone. Some of the dates that I had presented, and this might depend on some of the follow-up information. The earliest, October 23rd would be a Monday. Also, October 30th would be a Monday, if Mondays tend to work generally for the committee. Is there a date that works better? I guess I'll look at research and the revisers. Is there any problem of having it on the 23rd? Would that be too quick? Does that interrupt or any of the consensus revenue things that are going on? I know I want to respect your schedules as well.
So by the 30th, we're pretty well into consensus meetings, and there's at least 2 that day, and there might be a third that's currently being scheduled. The 23rd consensus really hasn't started yet, I don't believe, but in terms of if that's too quick, it would depend on what requests you're looking for, I guess.
So Eddie, would you prefer us to stay away from that October 30th timeframe for your convenience?
Yes.
Okay. How about like early in November, like the 3rd of November? Okay. Yeah, the 3rd of November would be a Friday, or we could do the 6th, which would be a Monday. If there's, I mean, show of hands, who prefers Monday? Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regard for Eddie, I would like to give him some breathing room so that maybe the 6th or the 13th, actually. I don't know how much breathing room you need to prepare for this meeting versus the revenue estimate.
Well, I would just, the revenue estimates are scheduled for Thursday, November 9th. So after that would certainly be generally easier, I think, for both our office and revenue, at the very least, I would guess. I don't know if that works with the committee's schedule, though.
Looking at the 13th, that does kind of incorporate the Veterans Day weekend. I didn't know if anybody had any conflicts there, but that would be the Monday after Veterans Day. Does the 13th work?
I would be here.
If the 13th seems to have general consensus, we'll plan on that tentatively for our second meeting. Hold tight for just a moment. Yeah, we have a lot of schedules to coordinate here, and I just want to make sure that we have the best opportunity to get as many folks together, both legislatively, legislative staff and departmental and administrative staff. But I think for right now, we'll plan on the 13th and see what other requests come up. And if we need to change that, I'll have Eddie, the same way we kind of scheduled this meeting, we'll probably try to put out some other potential dates that would work with everyone at that point. So at this time, I just wanted to open up to kind of the preliminary discussion. Interim committees always report out, and we covered a lot of information today on property tax. And if there's any discussion, not necessarily on what we're reporting out, but is there any more information other than what we might have put forth to Eddie when he was presenting to us? Is there any further, now that you've had little bit of time to digest it. Any further information or requests for information from research, revisers, Department of Revenue, PVD, anybody on anything on the property tax issue? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I was thinking about this, and Amelia, I asked you the question about the 1991, I think it was, question on the change in assessment rate that was voted on. And the discussion, I think it was Senator Holland that brought up, you know, you squeeze a balloon one place and it's going to go somewhere else. I was wanting to know if I could get into the committee, could get information on what the shift, and as I think you brought it up, Chairman, what that shift in taxation might be by changing the assessment rate. Like there was discussion, what's a point, you know, 1 point or 1% on an assessment rate change? What does that mean to the other classes and where does it go?
Would you want that only on residential, or do you want to look at any of the other classes?
Well, obviously, if we're going to put it on residential, it's going to go somewhere else, and I want to know what that change is going to be in other classifications.
Do you need some clarification on that?
Could you restate exactly what you were thinking there?
If we were to come in and we were to come up with constitutional amendment that would change it from, you know, the current 11.5% to 9%, I'd like to know by, you know, 1% at a time or whatever it figures out to be, what effect a shift and or a change in that assessment rate would do to other classifications, because it's been stated that it would be a shift in taxation. It would just go from one place to another, what effect it would have.
And I can't remember what the numbers were. We had a hearing on that in the House Tax Committee. I can't remember what the numbers were, but.
I figured they were still available, Mr. Chairman. That's why I brought it up.
And I think so. And I remember, you know, as we've seen in several of these other scenarios, if you have a county or a jurisdiction that is very heavy on residential property, that's a large amount of money that shifts onto a relatively small amount of the other classes. It's kind of exacerbated when you run into those situations. So it was really kind of county by county, and I can't remember if we had that individual data or if it was kind of just a statewide aggregate, but we can work on that.
Okay, well, I appreciate it, Mr. Chair, if we could just find that out, because I was at that hearing and for some reason I didn't get it or didn't write it down. But it's still got to be fresh enough because it was just this last session. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Committee, any other requests for information? Good. We were talking mostly about the property tax. How about the sales tax exemptions, the sales tax, the local sales tax streamline process? Is there any further information or requests regarding those? Okay. Everybody must be tired, or we're going to have a really quick second meeting. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking on that topic. I know we discussed possible other states, what they do. I think they were just talking about a fee-based, but I'm wondering if their language, if they have simpler language that we could look at. And the fee-based could be something we look at. So,
Certainly. And I might reach out to like NCSL, several of the national organizations that might have some of that information. I'm not sure if the Tax Foundation does or not, but yeah, that would be an excellent source. And a lot of times they follow and they track a lot of that. So yeah, I'm a big fan of if somebody else is doing something in another state, let's steal their idea and make it, if it works, let's make it work for Kansas. Yes, Representative Wassinger.
Well, I know thank you, Mr. Chair. I know previously we've gone over sales tax exemptions and had ideas like everyone needs to come back and renew theirs. And I was told the Capitol was like there was a riot. There were so many people here, very unhappy. And then I just think we need to tread carefully on this because it alarms a large number of people. And I know and I'm sorry, I know it's going to show up on the newspaper or news. You know, they talk about the Girl Scouts. They get a sales tax exemption for selling cookies and they make a profit on the cookies. So is that an example of, should we have a rule on that? So I just suggest that everyone really think about it. And think about the limitations of the Department of Revenue that cannot do investigatory work. So anyway, I just wanted to point that little part out. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
and I appreciate that. And that's the one thing I was very cognizant of when I was trying to think of a proposal is, you know, like I said, initially, there's two ways we could handle this. We could give everybody an exemption, or we can get rid of all the exemptions to make it fair for everybody. I did not want to go there because, yes, we would have a lot of very angry people that have had a sales tax exemption in place for a long time and that's, you know, in all essence, it's benefiting society when they have those exemptions. They can pass that savings on to do good purposes and good work. So that's why I was leaning more towards let's give it to everybody, but then make sure everybody qualifies, so there's no discrepancy, but then have some type of fee, whether it's a variable fee that's tied to income level, or maybe it's just a flat fee. And let's see where that would end up. The flat fee obviously would be much easier to administer. It probably wouldn't be as fair because a flat fee, you know, $500 might mean a lot to a small church in western Kansas. $500 fee isn't going to mean much probably to the Girl Scouts of Kansas. But, you know, there's a fairness issue you get into there with the flat fee, but at least I don't know if you create some type of graduated scale and what you base that on. But yes, I agree with your comments and I appreciate them, because we do need to tread lightly and make sure that whatever we decide to do, we're not making the problem worse.
This one. The first thing I thought of when we're asking for a fee is, aren't we defeating the purpose of giving them sales tax exemption and asking for money? It just sounds like we want to give you money, but we want some back right away. So that's kind of an issue. And then we also talk about accountability and we use the example of churches, and this is true for everyone. Who's going to oversee that? I mean, we do need accountability. We do need some responsibility. Do we want to require nonprofits to publish online what they've spent money on? It's very similar to the sales tax issue. Are they still using it for ambulance service? Are they using it for that purpose? So how do we follow through with that, and is there a simple way to take care of that? That's what I'd like to discuss also, because there is no oversight, whether it's taxes, whether it's a sales tax or whether it's exemptions. So how do we do that with the least amount of pain for, anyone? I mean, do you want to go through all the paperwork? Did you see how many are on there? But I think it's something that we should ask for, the accountability and responsibility. So thank you.
Any further discussion, committee? Representative Sawyer, are you still with us? Do you have anything to add? He's going to appreciate that I called him out. Okay, if not, thank you very much, everyone, for your time and attention today, and digging into some of these issues. If it was easy, we'd already have it done. Some of these topics are not really easy, so we have our work ahead for us. But thank you all. Thank you to our conferees and our department officials that showed up. We truly appreciate all you do too. With that, we are adjourned.